Chapter 887. Such a bottle of soul-cleansing water had at least 20 to 30 drops. Such a divine item could be said to be priceless. And this was only half a bottle. Suddenly, Thought Moon Immortal realized something. She raised her head and asked, "He used this before?" Yi nodded. Not only did he use it before, but he used it frequently. This thing was extremely precious to others, but it was nothing to Lu Yi. No wonder. Thought Moon Immortal let out a long breath. On the way back, there was something she didn't understand. In his anger, Wan Zhonggang used a soul attack on Lu Yi. Logically speaking, with such a huge difference in cultivation, Lu Yi couldn't resist at all. His ending wouldn't be as simple as fainting. The biggest possibility was that his soul would be shattered and he would die on the spot. But in fact, Lu Yi didn't die, he just fainted. From this, it could be inferred that Lu Ye's soul was stronger than ordinary true Lake Realm cultivators. At this moment, Thought Moon Immortal understood the reason. He used soul-cleansing water before. This was also the reason why Lu Ye's soul was so strong. And it shouldn't be just once. Her nervous mood immediately relaxed. In Lu Ye's current situation, the most troublesome thing was the injury to his soul. Now that he had soul-cleansing water, the problem could be easily solved. In addition, his soul was strong to begin with, so the injury shouldn't be as serious as imagined. She raised her hand, and a drop of soul-cleansing water wrapped in spirit energy was drawn out. Thought Moon Immortal reached out and pinched open Lu Ye's mouth, putting the drop of soul-cleansing water into his mouth. She suddenly staggered. Just now, his mind had been so tense that he had completely forgotten about his injuries. Now that his mind was relaxed, endless exhaustion and pain attacked him at the same time. Yi hurried forward to support her. "Sister Xian, you rest. I'll take care of Lu Yi." Thought Moon Immortal nodded lightly. "Then I'll leave it to you." She then walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. She took out a healing pill from her storage space and swallowed it. She didn't leave because she had to guard against the counterattack of one Mo Ridge, even though the possibility wasn't high. At night, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. Yi was startled, and Hoopa growled. Thought Moon Immortal opened her eyes. "No need to be nervous. Your second senior sister is here." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure rushed in from the window. Who else could it be but Shui Yuan, second senior sister? Yi hurriedly went up to her. "How is the situation?" Shui Yuan didn't even greet Nian Yuxian as she hurriedly walked to the bedside to check on Lu Ye's situation. Yi stood at the side and explained Yi Shi's situation in a low voice. After a careful examination, Shui Yuan's grave expression finally relaxed. "She's fine now. She should be able to wake up soon." Hearing her say this, Yi was completely relieved. Yi wasn't sure how brilliant Shui Yuan's medical skills were, but in her heart, her second senior sister's medical skills were the best in this world. Since she said it was fine, then it really was fine. Shui Yuan stood up, turned her head, and coldly looked at Thought Moon Immortal, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, and said word by word, "Give me an explanation." It was because there weren't too many battles here that Shui Yuan specially sent a message to Moon Immortal, asking her to go to vast Sky City to get him. Who would have thought that after not seeing him for a few days, her junior brother would be seriously injured and unconscious? If she had known earlier, why would she have sent little junior brother here? Thought Moon Immortal lowered her head, her hair falling in front of her chest, and did not say a word. Yi saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly said, "Second senior sister, it has nothing to do with Sister Immortal." She gave him a brief account of what had transpired. Hearing this, Shui Yuan was both angry and amused. She turned to look at Lu Yi, who was lying on the bed, and gritted her teeth. At such a young age, he didn't learn any good things, and yet he knew how to be a hero saving a beauty. He even almost lost his life. Speaking of which, Han's bird nature was Thought Moon Immortal. In a battle of the Spirit Sea Realm, ordinary true, lake realm cultivators would stay as far away as possible. Yet, Lu Yi actually dared to interfere. What was even more bizarre was that he actually managed to save her. There were many things that Yi didn't say clearly. In the past, she was somewhat late. For example, the X incident in Lu Ye's country. This was Lu Ye's biggest secret. Other than Lu Yi himself, only she knew about it. There were also some things that she wasn't too clear about, such as the flying rainbow phoenix spiritual pattern. Second senior sister, Lu Yi actually has a life-saving method. Seeing that Shui Yuan was still angry, Yi hurriedly explained, he also has a golden body command token on him. After returning from the Wushuang continent, the special reward bestowed by the heavens was that Lu Yi could choose any treasure from the War Merit Pavilion. Lu Yi didn't choose anything else but the golden body command token. This thing was worth 200,000 battle merits in the War Merit Pavilion. Moreover, Lu Yi had experience using the golden body command token before, so he knew that this thing was a true, life-saving treasure. Tomato this time he almost activated it a few times, but it was interrupted at the crucial moment. Golden body command token. Shui Yuan couldn't help but be moved. No wonder he's so daring. But the golden body command token isn't foolproof. The golden body's protection is impregnable. Spirit Sea Realm cultivators can't break the golden body, but they can trap him. When the golden body disappears, he'll still die. Yi nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. I know. I'll keep an eye on him next time. Shui Yuan's expression changed slightly. She knew that her reaction was a bit too extreme. A cultivator's cultivation path couldn't be smooth. If it was like that, they wouldn't achieve much. She was just angry. Her junior brother had only been here for a short time. He had already encountered such a crisis in the capital, so she was wondering if she should transfer her junior brother to another mountain pass. However, if she really did that, there was no guarantee that he would be targeted by someone who hated the Blue Blood sect. It would be safer to leave him with Thought Moon Immortal. Without saying anything else, she first treated Lu Ye's injuries. She then walked in front of Thought Moon Immortal and looked at her in annoyance. You're always like this. When people scold you, don't you know how to refute? I didn't take good care of him, Thought Moon Immortal replied in a low voice. Shui Yuan sighed and sat in front of her, examining her injuries. She was soon surprised because she could sense Lu Ye's aura and vitality in Thought Moon Immortal's body. She suspiciously looked at her friend of many years, unable to figure out why this was the case. These two couldn't have done something that couldn't be revealed, as if she could see Shui Yuan's confusion. Thought Moon Immortal's pale face flushed red. Don't think too much. Your junior brother's abilities aren't ordinary. He seems to be able to use some very special spirit inscriptions. What? Thought Moon Immortal then told her everything that happened after Lu Yi activated the Rainbow Phoenix. Shui Yuan immediately revealed a look of surprise. This kind of spirit inscriptions that could allow two unrelated people to share the foundation of their physical bodies, not to mention seeing it. She had never even heard of it. After thinking for a while, Shui Yuan said, Junior brother once obtained the inheritance of a spirit inscriptionist in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Perhaps it's a gift from that inheritance. Thought Moon Immortal finally understood. In comparison, both Thought Moon Immortal and Lu Ye's injuries were very serious. However, one of them was at the Divine Sea Realm, and the other had abundant vitality in her body. Therefore, no matter how serious their injuries were, it wouldn't affect their foundation. They only needed to recuperate for a while to recover. Time passed. Under Shui Yuan's careful treatment, Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal's injuries were completely healed in only 3 days. However, what made them worried was that Lu Yi was still unconscious. After another check, Yi asked nervously, Second senior sister, why hasn't Lu Yi woken up yet? Logically speaking, even if Lu Ye's divine soul was injured before, after a few days of recuperation and taking the soul cleansing water, he should have recovered and woken up. However, for some reason, he was still unconscious. Even Shui Yuan couldn't understand this situation. She had never encountered such a situation before. Injuries to the divine soul are extremely complicated. I can't say for sure why he's like this. If we want to know the reason, unless… Shui Yuan hesitated. Yi didn't know what she was going to do, but thought Moon Immortal reacted. You want to enter his divine soul? Shui Yuan nodded. Only in this way can we investigate clearly. It's very dangerous. Thought Moon Immortal's expression was grave. Shui Yuan looked up at her and said, He's my junior brother. Of course I know it's dangerous. Why are you so nervous? The danger was for Lu Yi. After all, he wasn't at the divine sea realm and didn't have his own divine sense. His divine soul's defense wouldn't be too strong. If an external force invaded, it was very likely that some damage would occur. Thought Moon Immortal looked to the side, set up the formation, and protect him. Shui Yuan was a decisive person. Since she had made a decision, she didn't delay any longer. Thought Moon Immortal flashed out. Immediately, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Clearly, she was setting up a large formation. After a full 2 hours, she returned and nodded slightly at Shui Yuan. With a divine sea realm cultivator like her in charge and with many large formations, even if Wan Mo Ridge really had experts invading, they would be safe for the time being. Only then did Shui Yuan take a deep breath, raise a finger, and touch Lu Ye's forehead. In the next instant, she closed her eyes and her divine sense surged. It was naturally easy for a divine sea realm cultivator's divine sense to invade the mind of a true lake realm cultivator. However, Shui Yuan clearly sensed a very strong resistance this time. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking her, preventing her from invading Lu Ye's body. She didn't expect this situation and couldn't help but be slightly shocked. If she wanted to investigate Lu Ye's current situation and find out why he had been unconscious for so long, she had to use her divine sense to examine him carefully. But if she couldn't even do this, what was the point of trying to investigate him in such a situation, unless she forcefully broke through? However, if she really did that, it would definitely cause irreparable damage to Lu Yi. It was just like how Wan Zhonggang used his divine sense to attack Lu Yi. Little junior brother was just a true lake realm cultivator. How could he have such a strong divine soul defense? Moreover, this was a divine soul defense. It wasn't active. The first step of her plan was already in a predicament. The situation was a little awkward. Since she couldn't forcefully break through, she could only retreat temporarily and think of another way. Just as Shui Yuan was about to do that, the force blocking her divine sense from invading Lu Ye's mind suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if a gap had opened up for her. She clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers use this to read books aloud. Chapter 888. Shui Yuan was overjoyed. She knew that although her little junior brother was still unconscious, his instincts were still there. After sensing her aura, he let down his guard. She no longer hesitated and sent her divine sense into it. In the next moment, she arrived in a strange world. This should be the depths of Lu Ye's soul. In the center of the gray world, there was a vague figure curled up, as if it was sleeping in its mother's womb. The silhouette was surrounded by something that looked like fog, but wasn't fog. It looked like liquid, but wasn't liquid. Looking at the figure carefully, it clearly had some resemblance to Lu Yi. Seeing this bizarre scene, Shui Yuan was instantly stupefied. Her cultivation had been cultivated step by step, so she had naturally experienced the transformation from true lake to spirit sea. Moreover, because the Jade Blood sect had few people and lacked cultivation resources, she had been stuck in this transformation process for a long time. Her memory of this was still fresh. The vague figure in front of her, could it be her little junior brother's soul body? That thing that was wrapped around his soul was neither mist nor liquid. Could it be the manifestation of his divine sense? How could this be? Even though Shui Yuan was a Spirit Sea realm cultivator, she was still shaken to the core. The most crucial step for a cultivator to advance from True Lake to Spirit Sea was the step in front of them. Their soul had to be strong enough to nurture their own soul body. Logically speaking, a cultivator could only slowly accumulate such a foundation after reaching True Lake Realm Ninth Order. Moreover, not every True Lake Realm cultivator could accumulate it. There were many Spirit Sea Realm cultivators in the 9 continents, but there were even more True Lake Realm cultivators. Even if some cultivators were talented, many were stuck at this stage because their soul wasn't strong enough. If their soul wasn't strong enough, they couldn't nurture their own soul body. If they couldn't nurture their own soul body, they couldn't develop their divine sense. Naturally, they couldn't touch the threshold of the Spirit Sea realm. Generally speaking, it was rare for a True Lake cultivator to advance to Spirit Sea. This was also the case in the unique cultivation environment of the 9 continents. If it wasn't in the 9 continents, such as the Soaring Dragon Realm or the Peerless Continent, it would be more difficult for a True Lake cultivator to advance to Spirit Sea. In the 9 continents, there were various operations of Heaven's secrets. There was a huge variety of treasures stored in the Heaven's secret treasury. What cultivators needed to do was to accumulate their own merits or war achievements and by the various resources they needed. The Soaring Dragon Realm and the Wushuang Continent did not have this condition. A soul body that even a True Lake Realm Ninth Order cultivator might not be able to nurture had actually appeared in his junior brother's body. Shui Yuan really couldn't understand why this was happening. Could it be that his little junior brother's soul was strong enough to give birth to a soul body? But he had just broken through to the True Lake Realm not long ago. A First Order True Lake Realm cultivator had already begun to nurture his own soul body. No one would believe such a thing. But on second thought, if his junior brother's soul was indeed strong enough to nurture a soul body, then the reason why he was unconscious was found. After observing for a moment longer to make sure that she wasn't seeing things, Shui Yuan retracted her spiritual perception. When he looked up, he saw Yi's nervous little face. Thought Moon Immortal was also waiting quietly by the side. "Yi, let me ask you something." "You have to tell me the truth," Shui Yin said. "Yes, yes." Yi nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. "Did Lu Yi consume all of the soul-cleansing water he got, other than the ones he gave to me and 4th junior brother?" Before, Yi was a little confused. "Which one are you talking about?" Shui Yuan was stunned. "There was another one." Shui Yuan knew that Lu Yi had soul-cleansing water in his hands. The reason why he was able to break through to the Divine Sea realm so quickly was not only because Lu Yi brought a huge amount of resources to the Blue Blood sect, but also because of the soul-cleansing water he gave her. As far as she knew, Lu Yi gave some to Li Baxian in addition to her, so he should have kept some for himself. But when Yi asked which one, Shui Yuan realized that things weren't so simple. Listening to what she said, it seemed that Lu Yi had gotten soul-cleansing water more than once. "Sure enough," Yi nodded. "A few months ago he entered the Immortal Essence City again and obtained a lot of soul-cleansing water. The ones he got at the beginning have long been used up." Shui Yuan was a little dumbfounded when she heard this. That was soul-cleansing water, not some random thing. Lu Yi gave her some back then, other than using some to break through to the Divine Sea realm. She was unwilling to use most of it in case she needed it. That was because this thing couldn't be bought in the Tianji treasure vault. Every time she used it, she would have less of it. There weren't many ways to obtain it. Yi continued. "Anyway, I often see him using soul-cleansing water. He used it when breaking through the 100 Formation Pagoda, when investigating new spirit patterns, and when activating the talent tree's power. Every now and then, when he felt that his energy wasn't enough, he might use it to refresh himself." Nianyu Immortal's expression also turned strange. She wanted to ask if the soul-cleansing water they were talking about was the same as the one she knew. Shui Yuan suddenly felt a headache coming on. She nodded slightly. If that's the case, I understand. What do you mean? Nian Yu Immortal asked. She didn't know why Shui Yuan would suddenly ask about soul-cleansing water after investigating Lu Ye's situation. Shui Yuan didn't hide it from her. After so many years of friendship, they were both friends and family. It was enough to trust each other. Lu Yi is nurturing his soul. Nian Yu Immortal was stunned for a while before frowning. That's impossible. I don't think it's possible either, but I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be wrong. Shui Yuan took a deep breath, and her full chest rose high. He's been consuming soul-cleansing water for a long time, causing his spirit to be much stronger than his true cultivation base. He barely has the ability to nurture a soul. If there's no external stimulation, it won't take long for him to reach this level. However, he was previously stimulated by external forces. His spirit should have been impacted. He might not know what nurturing a soul is, but driven by instinct, he made this choice to protect himself. Nian Yu Immortal nodded. Yes, Wan Zhonggang attacked him with spiritual force. Wan Zhonggang. A cold light flashed in Shui Yuan's eyes. A great divine sea, bullying the weak. Shameless, Nian Yu Immortal said. You came to 1GF because you were impacted by Wan Zhonggang's spiritual force. Your spirit was shaken. So driven by instinct, you used this method to protect yourself. Shui Yuan nodded. It's a blessing in disguise. But there's a problem now. She turned to look at Yi. I said just now, although his spirit is strong, it's barely enough to nurture a soul. A cultivator in the process realm would fall here, just like Lu Ye's current state. He failed to nurture a soul and continued for his entire life. That's it. Then what should we do? Yi became nervous. Shui Yuan raised a hand and knocked her head. Stupid. He needs to nurture a soul, so he'll naturally consume a lot of spirit power. We just need to replenish the spirit power he consumes. The moment his soul is successfully nurtured, he'll naturally wake up. Soul-cleansing water. Yi's eyes lit up. Shui Yuan nodded. Yes, it's all here. Yi quickly took out the bottle of soul-cleansing water and handed it to Shui Yuan. Lu, you put the rest in the tattooed space. That should be enough. Shui Yuan smiled faintly. Now that she understood Lu Ye's current situation and had a corresponding solution, her mood also relaxed. Moreover, she still had some soul-cleansing water. If it wasn't enough, she could go to Li Baxian. He should have some as well. After all, no one was like Lu Yi, drinking soul-cleansing water like it was water. This matter was simple to solve here, but if it was someone else who encountered this situation, it would be difficult to solve, unless they found some spirit fruits or spirit pills that could replenish spiritual energy. But these things were all precious and precious. The big sects treasured them and wouldn't easily take them out. But then again, this time, Lu Yi might really be a blessing in disguise. Even Wan Zhonggang didn't expect this. Wan Zhonggang's soul attack and anger would force Lu Yi to instinctively nurture a soul. And once Lu Yi succeeded, it would mean that he, a first-order, true lake realm cultivator, would have his own soul and divine sense. This was absolutely unprecedented. At that time, he, a first-order true lake realm cultivator, would be able to use some of the methods that only spirit sea realm cultivators could use. He would be able to kill enemies above his realm, and no one could predict what kind of change his true combat power would undergo. Inside the bamboo house, everyone stayed close to the bed. Shui Yuan would occasionally send her divine sense into Lu Ye's body to check his condition and then make some targeted measures. She originally thought that giving Lu Yi 1 drop of soul-cleansing water a day would be enough. But after checking, she found that the amount was still too little. She immediately changed it to 2 drops a day, then 3, not to mention the preciousness of soul-cleansing water. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to bear taking so much in 1 day. This was the so-called weak principle. However, because Lu Yi had been taking soul-cleansing water for a long time, he didn't show any adverse reactions. Moreover, Because of the effect of soul-cleansing water, the speed at which his soul was being nurtured had greatly increased. Under Shui Yuan's observation, the originally blurry shadow gradually became more solid, and the strange thing that wrapped it also showed signs of liquefaction. 3 days later, when Shui Yuan finished her final examination, she slowly got up from the bed and said, "He should wake up tonight at the earliest, or tomorrow at the latest." Yi, who had been worried all this time, finally smiled when she heard this. "You're not waiting for him to wake up." Nian Yuxian sensed the meaning behind Shui Yuan's words. Shui Yuan shook her head. "No need. I'm relieved that he's with you." Nian Yuxian snorted softly. She didn't know who it was that came over a few days ago with a posture that looked like they wanted to eat her alive. Shui Yuan pretended not to see it. "I'll go back first. There are many things to do in the sect now, and the old man has no time to leave." Nian Yuxian nodded slightly. Shui Yuan took a step forward and looked back at Nian Yuxian. "If you have time, go and see the old man. He misses you." "Got it." Pushing her spirit energy, Shui Yuan shot up into the sky and quickly left. When she looked back, Yi was standing at the door, waving goodbye to her. Chapter 889. Lu Yi felt like he had a very long dream, but when he woke up, he could not remember the contents of the dream. However, at this moment, his mind was unprecedentedly clear, and even his thoughts seemed to be working faster than before. There was a faint feeling that some kind of transformation had taken place. He did not know what had happened to his body. He only remembered that he had activated the flying rainbow phoenixes and joined forces with the Thought Moon Immortal to defend against the enemy. Accompanied by a furious roar, he felt a sharp pain in his head and then lost consciousness. There seemed to be something not quite right. He looked at Yi in front of him and found that Yi was frowning and staring behind him. Her gaze seemed to have passed through the barrier of his body. Bewildered, Yi turned to look to the side. "Sister Xian, this is—" Lu Yi wanted to ask her what she was looking at, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. This gave him a fright. It was only then that he realized something inconceivable. He actually did not have a body. He was clearly standing here and could see everything around him, but there was no physical existence. He was dead. Search. When this thought appeared, Lu Yi fell into a daze. Divine sense is unique to the divine ocean realm. You use the true lake realm to nurture your soul body and give birth to divine sense. It is inevitable that there will be a lot of discomfort. Now that your divine sense has left your body, it is not an accident. Be careful of your mind, and your divine sense will naturally return to your body. The Thought Moon Immortal's voice came from the side. Lu Yi turned to look and met the Thought Moon Immortal's cold gaze. She seemed to be able to see him and nodded slightly. "Do as I say, and there will be no problems." Lu Yi quickly immersed his mind and discarded the many distracting thoughts in his mind. The next moment, he felt that there seemed to be something beside him that had an extremely close connection with him. When he turned to look, he could not help but see a surprising scene. His body was lying on the bamboo bed beside him. Thinking about what the Thought Moon Immortal said just now, Lu Yi more or less understood what had happened to him. With a thought, his divine sense returned to his body. All the discomfort disappeared in an instant, and he could feel his own existence again. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. "Lu Yi, you're awake." Yi rushed over and looked at him with concern. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Hoopa also jumped onto his knees and stared at him with a pair of tiger eyes. Lu Yi shook his head slowly. "No, I feel very good." Indeed, he felt very good. From inside to outside, he had never felt so good before. He gently clenched his fists. There was no change in his strength, but some kind of internal transformation had been completed silently. "My lord," he stood up and cupped his fists towards Thought Moon Immortal, who was not far away, asking for guidance. "My lord, you said that I have nurtured a soul body and given birth to a divine will." The Thought Moon Immortal nodded. "In the previous battle, you suffered an attack from 10,000 Zhonggang's spiritual sense. If it was any other true lake stage cultivator, they would have already died. However, your spiritual sense was strong enough to survive. Even so, your spiritual sense was still heavily injured and you fell into a coma. In order to protect yourself, you nurtured your spiritual body and escaped from your suffering. Now that you have awakened, it means that you have successfully nurtured your spiritual body. What happened just now was your spiritual sense leaving your body. Lu Yi couldn't help but be absent-minded. Soul body, divine sense, then am I considered a true lake or deity ocean? Is there a divine sea as weak as you? Thought Moon Immortal calmly replied. Lu Yi thought that was true. Even though he had a soul body and spiritual will, his cultivation level was still at the true lake stage. But then again, since he had already given birth to a god, spiritual sense, then he could use some techniques unique to the divine sea stage. For example, the charm god pattern. This thing required spiritual sense to construct and activate. You have just given birth to your spiritual sense, so it is inevitable that you are not used to it. You will be fine once you get used to it. Everyone needs to go through this stage. Yes, if there is anything you do not understand about the spiritual sense, feel free to ask me. Okay, this is some general knowledge about the divine sea stage. Take a look yourself. Thought Moon Immortal threw him a jade letter. Obviously, it was specially prepared for him. Lu Yi received it. Thank you, my lord. Also, if you wear this on your body, it will have a certain effect on resisting spiritual sense attacks. Thought Moon Immortal took out another item. Lu Yi looked up and realized that it was a small golden lock. It looked like a longevity lock and should be worn around his neck. I wore this when I was in the true lake stage. It is useless now, so I will give it to you. As Thought Moon Immortal said, she threw it to Lu Yi and added, if there comes a day when you no longer need this item, you can return it to me. Lu Yi grabbed that golden lock. He instinctively felt that this item should be something very meaningful to Thought Moon Immortal. He originally wanted to reject it, but when he thought of his experience, he accepted it obediently. When a true lake stage cultivator faced a spiritual sense attack from a divine sea stage cultivator, they did not have any good methods to deal with it. They could only rely on their own soul to resist it. A cultivator with a powerful soul like Lu Yi could still survive a spiritual sense attack. But if it was a cultivator with a weaker soul, their life and death would depend on their luck. However, cultivators from large sections, usually they would wear a treasure that had a certain effect on resisting spiritual sense attacks. This way, they could increase their chances of survival in front of a divine sea stage cultivator. Without hesitation, he wore that golden lock around his neck. Don't go out for the next few days. Familiarize yourself with your spiritual sense. Thought Moon Immortal reminded him before turning to leave. Lu Yi always felt that she was a little strange. During their previous interactions, this mountain pass lord had been tormenting him and giving him messy missions. Moreover, she seemed to have a cold temperament and did not like to interact with outsiders. But overall, he felt that she was not too hard to get along with. After this incident, Lu Yi felt that their relationship would improve. But now, it seemed that his mountain pass lord's aura of being 1,000 miles away was even stronger. Even though she kept reminding him about this and that, and even gave him things, that feeling was not wrong. Second senior sister is here. Lu Yi suddenly sniffed lightly and asked. Yi was surprised. How did you know? When Shui Yuan came, Lu Yi was unconscious. When Shui Yuan left, Lu Yi was still unconscious. It did not make sense for Lu Yi to know about this. I smell second senior sister. Lu Yi answered casually. Everyone had a different scent, and the scent of mandarin fish gave people a very warm feeling. Yi could not help but glare at Lu Yi and say, when Sister Xian brought you back, she sent a message to second senior sister. So on the night we returned, second senior sister rushed here. It was she who treated your injuries and found out why you were unconscious. But second senior sister has already returned to the sect. Lu Yi sighed. She left without waiting for me to wake up. As he spoke, he checked the jade slip that Thought Moon Immortal had given him. The jade slip recorded information about the Spirit Sea realm, as well as things that cultivators who had just entered the Spirit Sea realm needed to pay attention to. Among them, there was a detailed explanation of the soul body and spiritual sense. In a short while, Lu Yi finished checking. Closing his eyes, he followed the method in the jade slip and immersed his mind. In the next instant, his body suddenly underwent some strange changes. Lu Yi hurriedly examined himself and found that he was no longer in the bamboo house, but in a strange world. This should be the depths of his soul. At this moment, he was also in the state of a soul body. Everyone's soul body was an imprint of themselves. Whatever their original appearance was, the soul body would be the same. The soul body was formless and formless, seemingly illusory, yet real, converging to form the soul body, dissipating to form spiritual sense. Cultivators could only enter the Spirit Sea realm after taking that step, like Lu Yi, nurturing their own soul body and giving birth to spiritual sense. This was a huge hurdle. Since ancient times, countless true lake stage cultivators had fallen in front of this hurdle. But to Lu Yi, this hurdle was already broken through. In other words, he would not face any obstacles in advancing to the Spirit Sea realm in the future. As long as his cultivation reached the right level, success would follow naturally. This was undoubtedly good news. After experiencing what he needed to experience, there would be some benefits. Looking in front of him, there were sparkling waves and rippling water. Lu Ye's expression turned strange. The origin of the name Spirit Sea Realm came from the fact that one's spiritual sense could form a sea. But how could the sparkling waves in front of him be considered a sea? It was even worse than a lake. At most, it could be considered a small pond. God's lake, but thinking about it, he was after all a true lake stage cultivator's soul body. He had broken through the inherent shackles of ancient times. The scale of this spirit sea was a little small. It seemed reasonable. He could not force it. As long as he cultivated step by step, there would be a day when the Spirit Sea realm would become a Spirit Sea realm. With a thought, his soul came out of his body and his spiritual sense spread out. When he just woke up, he subconsciously used his spiritual sense. But at that time he did not understand the situation, so he did not feel much. Until now, he took the initiative to do it. Under the spread of his spiritual sense, everything around him entered his heart. It was more detailed and comprehensive than looking with the naked eye. Before he had spiritual sense, Lu Yi mainly relied on his own perception of his surroundings. But pure perception was extremely vague. It was as if someone was standing behind him. With his perception, Lu Yi knew that there was someone behind him. But whether this person was a man or a woman, or what they looked like, he was completely unclear. However, now that he was relying on his spiritual sense, not only was he able to clearly see the person's appearance, he was even able to see what the person was wearing. Relying on his spiritual sense, there was no doubt that he had a qualitative breakthrough. Moreover, when his divine sense left his body just now, he had clearly noticed some clues. This was because he was not familiar enough with controlling his divine sense and had leaked his aura. If he was familiar enough and could perfectly control his divine sense, such a method could be used to pry into some secrets. But he did not know how far he could see. With this thought, Lu Yi used his spiritual sense to extend outwards and instantly left the bamboo house. Not long after, he saw the figure of Thought Moon Immortal. She was guarding nearby, sitting on the trunk of a big tree. In her hand, she was holding the wine that Lu Yi had bought for her from the nearby mountain pass. Drinking alone under the moon, her figure was bleak and lonely. Chapter 890. Almost at the same time as Lu Ye's divine sense spied on her, Thought Moon Immortal turned her gaze to him. The risk of divine sense leaving the body is huge. If I were an enemy, I could break your divine sense right now and damage your spirit. Therefore, even if you are in the divine sea realm, You won't easily use divine sense. You must be careful when you do this in the future." After saying this, she looked away and looked up at the moon. Lu Yi silently noted it down and urged his divine sense to pass by her and continue to explore forward. However, the further he went, the more difficult it was. Lu Yi could clearly feel that his spirit power was rapidly being consumed. After a while, he couldn't help but feel tired. He didn't dare to continue trying and quickly withdrew his divine sense. When he opened his eyes again, his head was a little dizzy. He knew that this was because he had consumed too much spirit power. After all, the divine pool was still too small. Although he had already nurtured a soul body and developed divine sense, he still couldn't use it for a long time. However, through the experiment just now, he was sure of one thing. His divine sense could explore a radius of about 1 mile, which was much larger than the range that could be explored by perception alone. Moreover, it could be more clear and comprehensive. Feeling a little tired, Lu Yi didn't hesitate and directly swallowed a drop of soul-cleansing water. For others, soul-cleansing water was rare, but for him, it could be exchanged for with battle merits. In the battle merits pavilion, a drop of soul-cleansing water was worth 13,000 battle merits. Even if it was used up, he could still obtain it at any time. Moreover, he still had a lot of divine sense in his hands, so there was no need to be stingy. Speaking of which, it was precisely because of his open-minded mood that his spirit was strong enough to have the opportunity to turn danger into safety and gain a blessing in disguise. There was no hurry to familiarize himself with divine sense. This wasn't difficult in itself. For Lu Yi, it was just an additional means to investigate the enemy's situation and even fight against them. As time passed, he would gradually become familiar with it. It was time to check on his gains this time. This time he went to the Xen Society on Mount Dad to light up the spiritual inscription that he had been looking forward to for 2 or 3 months. However, he didn't expect so many things to happen by accident. Not only did he obtain 7 new spiritual inscriptions, but his talent tree also seemed to show signs of transformation. He also obtained a large number of fire spirit stones. Other than putting himself in danger at the last moment to save Thought Moon Immortal, it could be said that he had gained a lot. But at that time, he really couldn't sit back and do nothing. The reason why the missing Moon Immortal's whereabouts were exposed and she was besieged by several divine Sea Realm cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge was because of him. In this way, they could be considered to be even. Lu Yi wasn't too sure about the effects of the 7 newly obtained spirit tattoos. When Yi and Hooper returned, he had already fallen unconscious. He immediately asked Yi about the situation at that time. When he found out that the 2 of them were able to imitate Shinhai's art text, he underestimated this spirit rune. It was true that it could not bring him any improvement in strength, but at a critical moment, this spiritual pattern could produce some miraculous effects. Take this time as an example. If it weren't for Yi and Hooper rushing over at the last moment, despite the might of the divine Sea Realm, Wan Zhonggang wouldn't have retreated so easily. He might really have had to fight to the death with Thought Moon Immortal. There was no need to talk about moonshine. This thing was the core spirit rune of the counterformation. When Lu Yi activated it to block Wan Zhonggang's attack, it didn't seem to have much effect, but in fact it had already produced miraculous effects. At that time, if he didn't have moonshine, he wouldn't have been able to block a divine Sea Realm cultivator's attack with just his defense, even if it was just a hasty and casual attack. Flying rainbow phoenixes was the key to saving Thought Moon Immortal this time. Lu Yi hadn't tried the corresponding spirit rune yet, but this spirit rune couldn't be casually tested unless he used Yi as a test subject. Other than these 4 spirit runes, the remaining 3 were 1,000 faces, split shadow, and twin lotus flowers on one stalk. 1,000 faces was a type of spirit rune that could change one's appearance. When activated, Lu Yi could change his appearance. A long time ago, he wanted to buy a treasure that could change his appearance from the Tianji treasure vault. Because of his reputation, many cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge had seen his image. There were many times when he needed to hide his identity, but he hadn't found a suitable one, so he could only use a face mask. But a face mask was too eye-catching. Although there were many cultivators who liked to wear a face mask and hide their true appearance, there were always times when it wasn't good to wear a face mask. For example, when he went to Lonely Mountain City with Ingwuji, the experts of the Myriad Devil Ridge were busy dealing with the attack of the fire spirit race and didn't have time to pay attention to him. In addition, he was with Ingwuji, so the Myriad Devil Ridge naturally treated him as one of their own. But under normal circumstances, wearing a face mask would make it more conspicuous. If Lonely Mountain City really wanted to check his identity, he definitely wouldn't be able to pass. Now that he had the Thousand Faces spirit rune, he could completely throw away the face mask. With this spirit rune, he could transform into any face he wanted. But compared to wearing a face mask, the Thousand Faces spirit rune needed to be activated to maintain it. This was one of its disadvantages. Unlike a face mask, one only needed to wear it on one's face to activate it. The Thousand Faces spirit rune was a very useful spirit rune. Under the activation of the spirit rune, one could use one's chi, blood, and spirit energy as the basis to construct a figure that was no different from one's own. At a critical moment, it could be used to escape or to confuse the enemy. This time, if he hadn't been holding the Thought Moon Immortal, he could have activated this spirit rune when facing the attack of Wan Zhonggang. As for how useful this spirit rune would be in front of a powerful divine sea realm cultivator, no one knew. As for the twin lotus flowers, this spirit rune was a bit strange. It was similar to the combination of the flying rainbow phoenixes and the one point of telepathy, but it wasn't exactly the same. Lu Yi didn't know where to use this spirit rune. But after his experience with the spirit rune, Lu Yi was still looking forward to this spirit rune. A spirit rune that required dozens of leaves to carry, it wasn't ordinary. He couldn't find the right way to use it now, but he should be able to in the future. Obtaining 7 new spirit runes in one go had already broken the previous record. The main reason was that the talent tree at the mouth of Mount Song Yen had absorbed too much energy. Not only did it light up 7 spirit runes, but the talent tree itself was also showing signs of turning into a pie. The transformation of the talent tree definitely required a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of fire spiritual stones this time. The fire spiritual stones that Ingwuji's team had mined were all in his hands. These were just a part of it. The real bulk was found by him and Yi in the underground city. Such a large amount should be enough for the transformation of the talent tree. But then again, he and Yi had only searched a small area and already had such a harvest. If they searched the entire underground city, their harvest would be even greater. There was also a hidden fire element earth vein. If he could get it, the talent tree would have a lot of changes. Unfortunately, the Myriad Demons Ridge had benefited. The fire spirit race's army didn't conquer the Lone Mountain Pass. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. The Myriad Demons Ridge had to get rid of this hidden danger completely. If the fire spirit race was eradicated, everything in the mouth of the volcano would belong to the Myriad Demons Ridge. He felt it was a pity, but there was nothing he could do about it. Only he and the Thought Moon Immortal were at the mouth of Mount Songyen. They had just experienced a dangerous situation. Naturally, they had to keep a low profile for a while. Slouch not thinking about this. Lu Yi took out his mountain pan saber. He unsheathed the saber and looked at it. The corner of his eyes twitched. He had gained a lot this time, but there were also losses. The biggest loss was the mountain pan saber. This magic artifact level long saber had several cracks on it because it had blocked Wan Zhonggong's punch. It was obviously not very useful anymore. Lu Yi couldn't change the saber casually unless the mountain pan saber was completely broken. Since he couldn't change the saber, he could only repair it. He raised his hand and tapped on the battlefield imprint to send out a message. He soon received a reply. He didn't know why Master Yu was so free. He flashed out and came to the tree where the Thought Moon Immortal was. Lu Yi looked up and shouted, "My lord, Is there a divine secret hall here? Logically speaking, there should be one, but Lu Yi didn't know where it was. It's at the center of the city. Go look for it yourself, the Thought Moon Immortal replied casually. Lu Yi cupped his fists and retreated. He flew toward the ruined city. Soon he arrived at the center of the city and found a relatively intact hall. When he entered, he saw a pillar of heavenly secrets standing there. He stepped forward and pressed his hand on the divine secret pillar. He said in his heart, "Spiritual artifact upgrade Master Yu." In the next moment, the world spun. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in a secret room. There was a stone platform in the middle. On the opposite side, a woman in her 30s with fair skin and wearing a close-fitting floral dress was already waiting. Their eyes met. The woman opened her mouth and said with that old voice, "Little friend, your strength has improved again." Last time, Lu Yi asked her to upgrade her spiritual artifact during the Spirit Stream battle. The Mountain Pan-Saber had also been upgraded from spiritual artifact to magic artifact. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have come to find her so quickly. She didn't expect to receive Lu Ye's message today. They agreed to meet at the same place. No, Lu Yi didn't waste time and directly handed the Mountain Pan-Saber over. The woman took the saber and took a look. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink. It was a magic artifact that she refined herself. Moreover, the Mountain Pan-Saber was mainly heavy. She knew how hard it was. But now, several cracks were clearly visible on the saber. Moreover, looking at the patterns, it was clearly caused by brute force. You were beaten up by a divine sea realm cultivator? The woman was extremely shocked. Lu Yi was speechless. He didn't even say anything. This woman only took a look at the saber and deduced such information. It could be seen that she was also a quick-witted person. Interesting. You're actually still alive. The woman laughed lightly. The Mountain Pan-Saber suffered such heavy damage. It didn't make sense that the person holding the saber could survive. However, Lu Yi was standing in front of her. Looking at it this way, this brat in front of her must be from some top sect. He must have a life-saving treasure on him. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to survive. Name your price. Yes. After interacting with her several times, Lu Yi roughly knew this woman's temperament. Therefore, he didn't bother to waste time with her. Soon, the two sides agreed on the price and time of delivery. They set a divine secret contract and left their imprints on the divine secret contract. He clicked to download the Best Book Chaser app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 891. Not in a hurry to leave the Tianji treasury. Lu Yi bought some fresh meat and contacted the War Merit Pavilion again. There was something he needed to buy for later use. Seeing his arrival, the two flood dragons on the ancient door immediately came to life. The silver flood dragon on the right was even more expectant. "Kid, what delicious food did you bring this time?" The golden flood dragon on the left did not speak, but its raised head clearly showed its eagerness. Countless years of waiting could be endured, but once the taboo was broken and tasted the sweetness, their state of mind would be different. They could endure endless loneliness and darkness, as if they had never seen the light. Lu Yi smiled and took out the prepared meat, feeding it to the two flood dragons. The silver flood dragon was still the same, chewing while shouting, satisfying, delicious. The golden flood dragon was undoubtedly more reserved than the silver flood dragon, but its wolf-like appearance was not inferior at all. After finishing the meat in 2 to 3 bites, the silver flood dragon looked at Lu Yi expectantly, obviously still wanting more. Where could Lu Yi find more? The meat he bought from the Tianji treasury was not cheap, costing him close to 20,000 merits. They were all demonic commander-level demonic beast meat. Although he did not lack merits, he could not buy too much at once. After staring at Lu Yi for a while, the silver flood dragon didn't come to feed it, but instead seemed to have discovered something strange. With a cry of surprise, it stretched its long body out of the door and circled around Lu Yi, its large head floating in front of Lu Yi, its pair of vertical pupils reflecting Lu Ye's figure. The silver flood dragon suddenly laughed. "Big brother, this little brat has a divine sense." The golden flood dragon's pupils shrank slightly. It looked at Lu Yi carefully and could not help but reveal a surprised expression, as expected. Lu Yi was astonished. How could it tell? What was the background of this gold flood dragon? His figure here should only be a projection of his mind, not his physical body, because his physical body was still in the Tianji Hall. Logically speaking, gold flood dragon should not be able to see any clues, because even if Lu Yi stood in front of a divine ocean stage cultivator, if he did not actively use his spiritual will, the other party would not be able to discover anything. But he was only a projection of his mind here. Yet Gold Flood Dragon saw some secrets. This was somewhat inconceivable. "Brat, you're only in the true lake stage. How can you nurture a soul and give birth to spiritual will?" The golden Jiao dragon had a puzzled expression. In its ancient life, it had never seen such a bizarre thing, and it couldn't help but be curious. Some luck, some coincidence. Lu Yi didn't plan to explain too much to them, mainly because he couldn't. Although he didn't know why the two flood dragons were guarding the entrance of the War Merit Pavilion. After a few interactions, he could more or less see that this wasn't their original intention. It was more like they had been inexplicably integrated into the entrance of the War Merit Pavilion, which was why they were trapped here and couldn't escape. Since that was the case, it didn't matter if they saw through him. "May I go in now?" Lu Yi asked. The golden flood dragon stared deeply at Lu Yi for a while before letting out a sinister laugh. What a strange kid. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he withdrew with the silver flood dragon. The two flood dragons twisted and turned into a concentric circle above the door. With a creaking sound, the door of the War Merit Pavilion opened. Lu Yi went straight in, arriving in front of a stone platform with familiar ease, and spent 18,000 battle merits to buy a Myriad Demon Ridge battlefield imprint. The back of his hand warmed slightly and a red light flashed. The battlefield imprint he bought from the War Merit Pavilion was not permanent, but a one-time use item. Lu Yi knew this when he bought it. Moreover, it didn't last for a long time, only 2 hours. In other words, the Myriad Demon Ridge battlefield imprint hidden on the back of his hand, once activated, would only last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, it would dissipate on its own. Therefore, Lu Ye's action of following Ingwuji to the Lone City Rampart that day was actually very dangerous, because if someone wanted to verify their identity at that time, Lu Yi would have had nothing to hide. However, he was also certain that the Lone City Rampart side would most likely not do so, which was why he had acted so boldly. After all, he had gone with Ingwuji and naturally gave the Myriad Demon Ridge side a preconceived impression. Moreover, at that time, the Fire Spirit Race Army was about to reach the city, so who would have the mind to verify his identity? The previous Myriad Demon Ridge battlefield imprint had already dissipated, so he naturally had to buy another one. After this incident, Lu Yi felt that Wang Yuanyi was very useful. Most of the time, he could use Wang Yuanyi to fish in the water and confuse the enemy. For example, if he didn't have the Myriad Demon Ridge battlefield imprint, he would most likely have clashed with Ingwuji and the others and killed everyone after checking his battle merits. He was left with 88,410 points. Compared to the last time he checked, it had increased instead of decreased. Lu Yi thought about it. It was most likely because he had obtained some of the battle merits from killing the Fire Spirit Race and the Patrol Guard's Moon physique. He had thought that having too many positions was useless, but now it seemed that they were actually useful. He had 2 positions. One was the Garrison Guard and the other was the Patrol Guard. He could get 2 monthly salaries, each of which was 20,000 battle merits. This also meant that even if he did nothing at the Blue Flame Mountain Pass and just went out to patrol every day, he could easily get 40,000 battle merits every month. This was a good thing that couldn't be found even if one held a lantern. No wonder so many cultivators liked to run to the front lines of the two factions and join the prefecture guards. Yi had a position, but the position of the garrison guard was very special. There was no military rank, and he didn't know how many moon physiques she had. 80,000 battle merits could be exchanged for a few golden spirit tags. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and decided not to exchange for them. He needed to accumulate some battle merits to buy a treasure. This time he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Wanzhonggang, which made him deeply feel the huge difference between himself and the divine sea realm. In the future, he would inevitably have to deal with other divine sea realm cultivators. Although he now had his own divine lake and had nurtured divine wool, he had been lucky enough to have a divine lake. There was still a big gap between him and a proper divine sea realm cultivator. How to protect his soul in front of divine sea realm cultivators was the most important thing for him to consider now. The Thought Moon Immortal gave him a golden lock. It was said that it could slightly resist divine will attacks, but it was hard to say how effective it was. Lu Yi had never tried it, so he didn't know how powerful it was. However, he couldn't entrust his life to this golden lock. There was no need to talk about other things in the War Merit Pavilion, but there were all kinds of treasures. Naturally, there were treasures that could protect one's soul. These treasures had a special name, Soul Tool. Lu Yi had his eyes on a soul tool, but it was expensive and he couldn't afford it at the moment. Lu Yi didn't stay in the War Merit Pavilion for long and left quickly. The two flood dragons behind him sent him off. After leaving the Tianji Hall, Lu Yi returned to his bamboo house. Yi and Hupa were already waiting for him. Cultivate, cultivate! Lu Yi called out. The spirit and tiger immediately came to his side and sat down obediently. The cultivation of the True Lake realm was different from that of the Spirit Stream realm and the Cloud River realm. Pang Huanin had been puzzled about one thing. After she came to the 9 prefectures, she could feel that the 9 prefectures was vast and rich in resources. However, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the 9 prefectures was not very rich. Although it was much better than the broken Wushuang continent, it was still not enough to give birth to a divine sea realm cultivator. In fact, it would be very difficult for a cultivator to break through to the True Lake realm just by relying on the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the 9 prefectures. However, there were many True Lake realm cultivators in the 9 prefectures, and there were also many divine sea realm cultivators. The root of this was the unique cultivation method of the 9 prefectures' cultivators. When a cultivator was in the Spirit Stream realm, there was the Spirit Stream battlefield. Various sects and clans had their own encampments. The encampments were supported by the Tianji Pillar, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi was rich enough for the Spirit Stream realm cultivators to cultivate. In the Cloud River battlefield, there were all kinds of spirit lots and spirit lands, which could also allow cultivators to grow quickly. At the True Lake realm, the spirit lots could still be used. Moreover, it was more convenient for cultivators to obtain spirit lots than in the Cloud River battlefield. However, cultivators could not completely rely on spirit lots for their cultivation. In the end, these things still needed to be exchanged with battle merits. Therefore, True Lake realm cultivators also had their own unique cultivation method. Before leaving the Jade Blood sect, Shui Yuan had told Lu Yi about this. This method of cultivation didn't consume spirit sticks, nor did it consume battle merits. Instead, it consumed merit points. Regimented in the bamboo house, Lu Yi recalled Shui Yuan's teachings. She raised her hand and tapped on the battlefield imprint. Her mind moved slightly and connected with the Tianji. In the next instant, a message exploded in her mind. The battlefield imprint on the back of her hand heated up slightly, and a rotating vortex suddenly appeared in front of her. As soon as the vortex formed, extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual qi surged out. The heaven and earth spiritual qi spread out in the room as if it had a mind of its own, enveloping Lu Yi and Hu Pa. Only then did it stop spreading out. Lu Yi had already constructed many small spirit-gathering funnels on the surface of his body. Through the small funnels, the heaven and earth spiritual qi flowed into his body and strengthened his foundation. Yi said, "Lu Yi, this cultivation method is somewhat similar to using spirit lots." It is indeed similar. When using spirit lots to cultivate, it is also like this. When the spirit lots are crushed, a vortex appears and pure heaven and earth spiritual qi surges out from the vortex. It is unknown where this heaven and earth spiritual qi comes from, but there is clearly a Tian Ji operating within. In comparison, using spirit lots to attract heaven and earth spiritual qi was much purer. Cultivators almost did not need to refine it. They could directly absorb it and turn it into their own spiritual qi. Therefore, using spirit lots to cultivate was the fastest way for cultivators to increase their cultivation. However, although the heaven and earth spiritual qi in front of them was rich enough, it needed to be refined by cultivators. The efficiency of cultivation was not as good as using spirit lots. Using spirit lots to cultivate consumed spirit lots. Cultivating in front of them consumed merits. Under Lu Ye's observation, his merits were slowly decreasing. This was also the reason why he felt a slight heat on the back of his hand. Chapter 892. Lu Yi observed for a while and noticed that the reduction of merit points was very slow. At this rate, if he continued cultivating for a day or night, he would not spend more than 5,000 merit points. 5,000 merit points was naturally nothing to Lu Yi. But a cultivator's cultivation was not a matter of a day or two, but years and months. 5,000 merit points a day. That would be 150,000 merit points a month and 1,800,000 merit points a year. This number was somewhat terrifying. The richness of the heaven and earth spirit qi was comparable to that of the grade A spiritual land in Huitian Valley. Lu Yi naturally would not be satisfied with such an environment, and immediately moved his mind. In the next moment, the world energy gushing out from the whirlpool suddenly became denser, and correspondingly, the reduction of merit points also became faster. Using one's merit points to open a whirlpool that could gush out dense world energy. This was a cultivation method unique to cultivators above the true lake stage. In the 9 continents, this cultivation method was known as borrowing heaven's secrets. During this process, the amount of world energy gushing out from the vortex could be adjusted as one wished. The price one had to pay was nothing more than the speed at which one's contribution points were reduced. The denser the world energy drawn from the vortex, the faster one's contribution points would be reduced. Conversely, it was extremely convenient. Depending on the speed of the consumption of merit points, this cultivation method was divided into different levels. What Lu Yi needed to do now was to find a level that was most suitable for him. The higher the level, the denser the world energy, the faster the speed of cultivation. Everyone had their own limits. If the density of the world energy exceeded the cultivator's refining speed, then there would be unnecessary wastage. No one's merit points came from the wind. But if the density of the world energy was slower than the cultivator's refining speed, then it would imperceptibly reduce the cultivator's cultivation efficiency. Normally, cultivators who had just entered the true lake stage would choose the most basic first level, because this was enough to satisfy their cultivation needs. But this was obviously not suitable for Lu Yi. He had constructed many small funnels around him, and his refining speed of the world energy was much faster than ordinary true lake stage cultivators. The second level was also not enough. Only when the world energy gushing out from the whirlpool was adjusted to the third level did Lu Yi feel that it was enough. This level was usually chosen by cultivators above the true lake stage 6th order. As for the higher levels, that was something that only advanced true lake stage cultivators could do. After that, there were levels suitable for divine sea realm cultivators. Of course, the higher the level, the greater the consumption. Lu Yi checked the rate at which his merit points were being consumed. It was about twice as fast as before. In other words, if he were to maintain such a cultivation environment, then he would have to spend 10,000 merit points a day and night, which would be 300,000 merit points a month. Of course, he wouldn't be able to cultivate for a long time. But even if he only cultivated for half a month, it would still cost him 150,000 merit points. Lu Yi had a lot of merit points. When he found out about the cultivation method of the True Lake stage from Shui Yuan, he specially went to the Jade Blood Sex Treasure House to sell some items to the Tianji Treasure House. This allowed him to amass a total of 500,000 merit points. Previously, he had bought some meat for the two of them, so he still had about 480,000 left. This was not a small number, but it could at most support Lu Ye's cultivation for 2 or 3 months. At that time, he would have to return to the Blue Blood sect again. It wasn't a troublesome matter. Such a cultivation method was undoubtedly very convenient. Cultivators of the 9 continents True Lake stage and above, no matter where they were, could connect to Tianji and open a whirlpool, creating a suitable cultivation environment for themselves. This way, they would have fewer restrictions. It was unlike the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield, where they had to be in their own sect's encampment or spiritual land to enjoy such convenience. Moreover, they could stop at any time, so it wouldn't cause too much waste. This was incomparable to using spirit sticks to cultivate. Using spirit sticks to cultivate, once it started, it couldn't be stopped. Therefore, merit points were extremely important to any cultivator, especially those in the big sections. Only with enough merit points could cultivators of the True Lake stage and above continuously increase their cultivation, strengthening the foundation of the big sections. Previously, the Blue Blood sect had very few people. The sect was desolate and there was almost no income. Therefore, even with Shui Yuan's outstanding talent, she couldn't step into the Divine Sea stage. This was because there was no way to obtain merit points. It wasn't until Lu Yi gave her the soul cleansing water and brought great benefits to the sect that Shui Yuan soared. Because she had sufficient resources, she didn't have to worry about cultivation anymore. The inheritance of a big sect required unity from top to bottom. Those at the top protected those at the bottom. While those at the bottom worked hard to grow, they also created and brought wealth to the sect. They relied on each other and shared glory and disgrace. Lu Yi didn't try to see what the 4th level of cultivation environment was like. To him, since the current cultivation environment was enough to satisfy his cultivation needs, if he chose the next level of cultivation environment, there would be unnecessary waste. Beside him, Yi and Hupa had already started cultivating. He seemed to have nothing to do. He simply took out the fire spirit rock and activated the power of the talent tree to continuously devour it. The fire spirit rock contained extremely pure fire spiritual energy, which was the power that the talent tree craved. Although the benefits that a piece of fire spirit rock brought to the talent tree were far less than a lump of fire spirit rock. But he also thought that once the number of S-grade questions was enough, it would be enough to solve many problems. Very quickly, the fire spirit rock in his hand was exhausted and turned into powder. Lu Yi hurriedly took out another piece. As time passed, his merit points and the fire spirit rock were constantly consumed. Although the cultivation process was monotonous, Lu Yi didn't feel bored because he was looking forward to it. He really wanted to know what the talent tree would look like after this transformation. However, he didn't forget his duty as a patrol officer. Since he had received his monthly salary, he naturally had to fulfill his duties. So, he would take out 2 hours every day to patrol around with Yi and Hupa, even though he knew that this was purely a formality. 2 days later, while Lu Yi was cultivating, he suddenly felt the battlefield mark on the back of his hand heat up slightly. He quickly immersed himself in investigating. Name, Luya. Identity, Blue Blood Sect Disciple. Great Moon Pass Ash Flame Mountain Pass Guard. Great Moon Pass Ash Flame Mountain Pass Patrol Guard. Cultivation, First Order True Lake Realm. Location, Ash Flame Mountain Pass, War Province. Merit, 465,632 points. Military merit, 394,650 points. Lu Yi was stunned. He took a closer look to make sure that he wasn't seeing things. The military merit column was indeed more than 390,000 points. How could this be? He clearly remembered that his military merit should be 88,410 points. In the past few days, he had been cultivating in Ash Flame Mountain Pass and patrolling around. He hadn't done anything else. So how could he suddenly have more than 300,000 military merit? Such a huge amount of military merit could only be compared to the harvest in Immortal Essence City. At that time, he also obtained 300,000 military merit, but that was from killing the insect race. It was a merit that could be traced back. So, what was this 300,000 military merit all about? Lu Yi wasn't happy. Instead, he felt that something was wrong. The Heaven's Secret was known to be fair and just. Previously, the Missing Moon Immortal had given him a bunch of random tasks. It seemed like she was tormenting him, but in fact, she was trying to find a way to increase his military merit. Lu Yi felt that such a method was inappropriate. Sooner or later, something would happen. Suddenly, he had more than 300,000 military merit. This was the prelude to something big. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi had some guesses in his heart. If things were as he thought, it might be fine, but if things weren't as he thought, then it would be troublesome. He hurriedly stopped his cultivation and flashed out of the bamboo, building to look for the Missing Moon Immortal. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find her. He didn't know where she had run off to. Helpless, he could only contact her through Wei Ling. There was still no reply. Just as Lu Yi was at his wit's end, this woman suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Looking at her posture, it seemed like she had fought with someone not long ago. Her hair was a little disheveled. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. He immediately understood what she had done. Clearly, she had gone to find trouble with Wan Zhonggang. He didn't know if she had taken advantage of him. "What is it?" The Missing Moon Immortal spoke, her expression still as cold as ice. "My lord, this humble servant suddenly has an additional military merit. This is a good thing. Is there a problem? The amount is too large. This humble servant is uneasy." The Missing Moon Immortal immediately understood what he was worried about. He was afraid that she had used her authority to give him military merit. "You deserve it. Don't worry." Lu Yi frowned. "My lord, please explain." The Missing Moon Immortal explained slowly. Wan Emo Ridge's Lone Mountain City was attacked by the fire spirit race. The losses were not small. You were the one who lured the fire spirit race over, so the military merit naturally belongs to you. On top of that, you saved my life, which is another great merit. A few days ago, I asked Tianji to reward you for your merit, so this is what you deserve. Lu Yi was stunned. The fire spirit race attacking Lone Mountain City is also my merit. Why not? Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The fire spirit race was created by him, Ingwuji, and the others, and they led the fire spirit race to the Lone Mountain Pass. Because of this, the Lone Mountain Pass suffered a great loss. Relatively speaking, they had contributed to the Grand Heaven Alliance. With his true lake stage cultivation, he used all sorts of methods to save the Missing Moon Immortal under the eyes of 3 spirit sea stage cultivators. This was an even greater merit. If this matter was reported to Grand Heaven City, there would definitely be rewards. However, the Missing Moon Immortal knew that Lu Yi should not be too ostentatious now. Therefore, she only asked Tianji to reward him with military merit. She did not report this matter to Grand Heaven City. How much military merit did they give you? The missing moon immortal did not want to ask, but she could not resist her curiosity. More than 300,000, Lu Yi reported honestly. Not bad. The missing moon immortal said indifferently. She turned and left. However, there was a trace of shock in her eyes. She knew that Lu Ye's harvest this time would not be small. However, she did not expect it to be so much. Tian Ji seemed to favor this little guy. Chapter 893. Lu Ye's worries were swept away when he found out that the merit points were granted by Tianji and not the missing moon immortal using her authority. How wonderful! He turned to look in the direction of Tianji Hall. The treasure he wanted could finally be obtained. He hurried to Tianji Hall and pressed his hand on the Tianji pillar, connecting his mind to the War Merit Pavilion. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the War Merit Pavilion's simple doors. Lu Yi was naturally excited to suddenly obtain such a huge amount of merit points. After arriving, he raised his hand and pushed the doors open. Sensing his arrival, the golden and silver flood dragons had just poked their heads out when they were pressed back down by him. The doors were heavy, but it didn't take much effort to push them open. Only when the doors were completely open did Lu Yi realize that something wasn't right. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the War Merit Pavilion. Instead, he stood at the door and looked around. The golden and silver flood dragons popped their heads out again. The silver flood dragon was overjoyed. "Kid, what delicious food did you bring this time?" "Bring my ass." He had just fed them 2 days ago, but he didn't know why the silver flood dragon always looked like a hungry ghost reincarnated. Moreover, he was in a hurry to buy that soul tool today and completely forgot to bring meat for the 2 flood dragons. Compared to this, Lu Yi was more concerned about another matter. He pondered for a moment and said, "This door, doesn't it require the 2 of you to work together to open it?" The first time he came, the 2 flood dragons wriggled and twisted above the door, turning into a concentric circle. Then the door slowly opened. This caused Lu Yi to have a preconceived notion that the opening and closing of the door was controlled by the 2 flood dragons. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Tianji had already given him the authority to enter the War Merit Pavilion. He could enter and leave at will without the 2 flood dragons doing anything. Hearing Lu Ye's question, the silver flood dragon couldn't help but be stunned. It didn't know how to explain and could only look at the golden flood dragon. The golden flood dragon's dignified voice sounded, "Of course not, but we can also open it." Lu Yi was puzzled. "Then every time before you open the door, why do you cross each other and twist into a concentric circle?" He thought that the diagram was the key to opening the door. The golden flood dragon was momentarily speechless. The silver flood dragon's eyes also turned anxiously. Lu Yi roughly understood what they were thinking and found it funny, but he didn't interrupt them. He just cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your trouble." As he spoke, he entered the Hall of Battle Merits and headed straight for the stone platform where the soul armament was. "Big brother, this brat found out. What should we do?" The silver dragon asked anxiously. "If he knows that he won't need us to open the door in the future, I'm afraid he won't bring us any more delicious food." "I don't think so. This brat doesn't look like the kind of person who would burn bridges after crossing the river." The golden flood dragon looked calm on the surface, but he was a little annoyed in his heart. He couldn't figure out how he had been discovered. The kid who had come in last time hadn't noticed anything for many years. "Big brother, it's a lake. Humans are the most treacherous. This brat looks honest and considerate, but who knows what kind of character he has. We can't expect him to be merciful. You're thinking of—" The golden flood dragon looked up at the silver flood dragon. A look of determination flashed across the silver flood dragon's eyes. "Since we've been discovered, we can only do that. Otherwise, wouldn't it be sad if we couldn't even smell the scent of blood in the future?" The golden flood dragon pondered for a moment and sighed. "Then let's do it." The 2 flood dragon's conversation was silent. Lu Yi, who was in the War Merit Pavilion, naturally didn't know. At this moment, he was standing in front of a stone platform, looking at a small pagoda-like treasure on the stone platform. The pagoda was divided into 9 levels and was small and exquisite. Most importantly, this pagoda didn't look like a real thing, but was constantly changing between illusion and reality. Soul artifact, soul-suppressing pagoda, being both illusion and reality. This was the characteristic of most soul artifacts. This was because soul artifacts were things that cultivators stored in their divine sea. This kind of thing was extremely difficult to refine. Even for those divine sea cultivators, it was extremely difficult to obtain a soul artifact. For example, the golden lock that Thought Moon Immortal had given to Lu Yi before. Although it had the ability to protect the soul to a certain extent, it was far from the level of a soul artifact. This item was rare and extremely expensive, 108,888 battle merits. This price left Lu Yi speechless. He felt that Heaven's secret had a bit of a bad taste. Otherwise, why would he come up with such a price? Without hesitation, he exchanged for it. Immediately, the corresponding number of battle merits decreased, leaving him with only 25,762 battle merits. The seal on the stone platform disappeared. Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed the soul-suppressing pagoda. His spiritual will surged and enveloped the soul-suppressing pagoda. Lu Yi could clearly feel that the small soul-suppressing pagoda was showing signs of perfect integration with his spiritual will. As he retracted his spiritual will, the soul-suppressing pagoda also disappeared, as if it was never there. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. With so many battle merits in his hands, he could finally get his hands on the things that he wanted to buy, but couldn't bear to. There were many treasures in the War Merit Pavilion. Previously, Lu Yi had a lot of battle merits, but because he was in a hurry to reach the true lake stage, he used them all to exchange for the golden spiritual lot. He could only look at the treasures with different uses and reluctantly part with them. Now that he had the capital, he could naturally shout that he wanted them all. Battle platform, 11,000 battle merits, exchange. Tracking plate, 30,000 battle merits, exchange. Deity vanquishing sword, 26,000 battle merits, exchange. After purchasing all the treasures, he was left with about 140,000 battle merits. Lu Yi had never experienced the feeling of being so rich. In the past, he had the opportunity to obtain large amounts of battle merits, but they were quickly spent. Unlike this time, he still had a large surplus after exchanging for so many treasures. He didn't use the remaining battle merits. His cultivation had already reached the true lake stage, so he wasn't in a hurry to improve. He didn't stay any longer and walked out of the War Merit Pavilion. Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the silver flood dragon. "Senior, what can I do for you?" Lu Yi was in a hurry to go back and check out the power of the soul-suppressing pagoda. Naturally, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Even though he didn't bring any food for the 2 flood dragons this time, it had only been 2 to 3 days since his last visit. Moreover, he fed the 2 flood dragons on his own accord. No one asked him to do so. The 2 flood dragons wouldn't make things difficult for him because of this. The silver flood dragon tried its best to act mysterious. "Kid, the last time you came, I noticed that you had already nurtured a soul body and formed a spiritual will." "That's right." Lu Yi nodded. He still didn't know what it wanted to do. Spiritual will has always been exclusive to divine ocean stage cultivators. Even though I don't know what kind of opportunity you had, or what kind of fortune you had to be able to form a spiritual will as a true lake god, have you thought about it? If you meet a divine ocean stage cultivator, you'll still be an ant that can be easily crushed. You won't be able to defend against a divine ocean stage cultivator's spiritual will attack. Fontuan read, "Yes." Lu Yi agreed. Thinking back to when he was attacked by Wan Zhonggang's spiritual will, he immediately fell into a coma. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If you didn't form a spiritual will, then it's fine. At most, your soul would be injured. But since you've formed a spiritual will, you must have a divine ocean. If you encounter a divine ocean stage, cultivator's spiritual will attack again. It won't be as simple as your soul being injured. It's very likely that your divine ocean will shatter and you'll never be able to step into the divine ocean stage again. The silver flood dragon's tone gradually became serious. Lu Yi kept nodding as he listened. Senior is right. In the jade slip that the thought moon immortal gave him, this was also the reason why Lu Yi was so eager to exchange for the soul-suppressing pagoda. As a true lake god, it seemed like a good thing to nurture a soul body and form a spiritual will. In fact, it also increased his own risk. He had to guard against that possibility as soon as possible. Senior, what do you want to say? The silver flood dragon circled back and forth. Lu Yi really didn't know what he wanted to do. The silver flood dragon chuckled. Kid, do you want to know? Is there any way to protect your divine ocean? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi took out the soul-suppressing pagoda. Will this work? The silver flood dragon's eyes widened. He didn't expect Lu Yi to buy this treasure. He was speechless for a moment. After a long while, he muttered, "This is possible." If this thing didn't work, then there was no treasure in this world that could protect one's soul. He hurriedly looked up at the golden flood dragon. The golden flood dragon understood and said majestically, "Although this thing is wonderful, it can only suppress the inside, not the outside." Lu Yi put away the soul-suppressing pagoda and looked at the golden flood dragon solemnly. "Senior, please enlighten me." The golden flood dragon said, "This thing is called the soul-suppressing pagoda. If you refine it, it can guard your divine ocean. In the future, when you encounter a spiritual will attack, no matter how strong the enemy is, it can ensure that your divine ocean remains unperturbed and unbreakable. However, this thing only has this effect. It can't guard against spiritual will attacks. So, do you understand?" Lu Yi came to a realization. That is to say, even if this thing can guard my divine ocean and prevent it from being broken, it will still be able to withstand attacks. Smart. The golden flood dragon had a teachable look on his face. Lu Ye's good mood was instantly reduced by half. If this was really the case, then the soul-suppressing pagoda was inferior to the golden lock that the thought moon immortal gave him. Although the golden lock wasn't a soul tool, it could more or less defend against spiritual will attacks. Lu Yi originally thought that with the soul-suppressing pagoda, he would no longer have to worry about spiritual will attacks from divine ocean cultivators in the future. But now it seemed that the soul-suppressing pagoda's effect was far from what he had imagined. If a real warrior of the spirit sea realm were to see the barricade of the soul, he would be able to see all the effects of the barricade of the soul. He wouldn't be like Lu Yi, who thought that with the barricade of the soul, he would even dare to fight against a warrior of the spirit sea realm. The two flood dragons suddenly talking to him about this and mentioning something about internal and external defense. Lu Yi couldn't help but have some guesses. He immediately respectfully asked, "Senior, may I ask what method you have to defend against spiritual will attacks?" "Then you've asked the right person." The silver flood dragon instantly became complacent. "The two of us find you quite pleasing to the eye, so we've decided to teach you a secret technique specifically for protecting your soul. It can also be considered as repayment for all the things you've done before. How could I accept this?" Although Lu Yi said this, he simply cupped his fists and said, "I dare not refuse an elder's gift." "Then I thank the two of you for your kindness." The silver flood dragon looked at him speechlessly. For the first time, he found that this kid in front of him was a bit thick-skinned. He clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used this to read books aloud. Chapter 894. The Golden Flood Dragon's dignified voice rang out. Although it is called a secret technique, it is actually a method. But to use this method, you must have a certain degree of trust in the two of us. If you don't trust us, you will not be able to use it. "I trust you. Lu Yi nodded decisively. The golden flood dragon did not know how to respond for a while. Originally, it thought that if Lu Yi did not agree, it would have to say a few words of persuasion. But now there was no need to waste its breath. However, he still had to warn him. Kid, when you go out and meet other people, you can't be so naive. Who knows when you'll suffer a big loss? Are you sure that us two brothers don't have any evil intentions towards you? Being called naive for the first time, Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Although I don't know why the two of you are trapped here or how long you have been here, this place should not be accessible to just anyone. If something happens to me, perhaps the two of you will have to wait a long time before someone comes to chat with you and relieve your boredom. So I believe that the two seniors will not harm me." Hearing these words, the silver flood dragon nodded repeatedly. "Boy, you really are a smart man." The golden flood dragon also sighed. "It seems you are not completely ignorant." The method they were about to use would cause a certain amount of damage to themselves. Pleasing Lu Yi so that he would often bring some food to eat in the future was secondary, but the most important thing was to protect Lu Yi. Just as Lu Yi said, they had been trapped here for too long. Although there were occasionally people blessed by the heavens who came here during this period, they disappeared without a trace after a few years. The last person who was qualified to come here was several decades ago. If something happened to Lu Yi, who knew how long they would have to wait for the next one, if not for this consideration, the two flood dragons would not have used such a method. "In that case, let's begin. Boy, don't resist," the golden flood dragon shouted, and in the next moment, the two flood dragons' bodies released a bright light as their monster chi surged. Lu Yi only saw 2 points of light, one gold and one silver, suddenly fly out from the two flood dragons and crash straight into his head. With a buzzing sound, Lu Yi was almost unable to maintain the manifestation of his divine sense here. When he came back to his senses, he found that the two flood dragons in front of him were a little weak, as if they had been greatly injured. "The two of you are—" Lu Yi was confused. The golden flood dragon said weakly, "Go ahead. This secret skill is called Double Dragon Sea Protection. With the help of your barricading soul tower, one can defend the outside and the other can suppress the inside. You will be protected from both inside and outside. In the future, even if you are attacked by the spiritual will of a warrior of the Spirit Sea realm, you won't have to worry about dying on the spot." Lu Yi bowed solemnly. "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I will visit you again next time." As he said this, his mind withdrew from this place. As soon as he left, the two weak flood dragons regained their vigor. The silver flood dragon said happily, "Big brother, I'm afraid that kid will be deeply grateful to us now. He won't have to worry about not having food in the future." The golden flood dragon reprimanded it. "It's been so many years, yet you're still so short-sighted. Do you only know how to eat?" The silver flood dragon felt a little wronged. "Being trapped here, if I don't think about eating, what else can I think about?" The golden Jiao dragon looked at it faintly. "You also said that we are trapped here. What should we think about?" The silver flood dragon pondered for a moment, and its body suddenly trembled. It realized the meaning of its big brother's words. "Big brother, could it be that you have high hopes for him? Since ancient times, many heroes have come here, but none of them made it to the end. I'm not sure if he can make it to the end, but he came here with the lowest cultivation level. Furthermore, he nurtured his soul body with his true lake body and gave birth to his spiritual sense. Just this point alone is something that his ancestors can't compare to. Perhaps we should indeed have some expectations for him." The silver flood dragon fell into deep thought. After a while, it shook its head and said, "After being disappointed so many times, expectations become a luxury. Who knows?" The two flood dragons retreated into the door, and the place fell into silence. In the Tianji Hall, Lu Ye's mind was immersed as he checked the changes in his deity ocean. There were no changes to his deity ocean. It was still the same deity's lake. However, what was different from before was that there was a small 9-story pagoda in his deity's lake. Outside the deity's lake, there were 2 dragon-like things that were connected head to tail. Gold and silver lights intersected to protect the deity's lake. This should be the technique that the golden and silver flood dragons used together, called the double dragon sea protection. The 2 dragon shadows were most likely the manifestation of the 2 flood dragons' spiritual sense. After observing for a while, Lu Yi felt a sense of security. In terms of spiritual sense protection, he now had 3 layers of techniques. The first layer was naturally the golden lock that the missing moon immortal gave him. It had a certain degree of resistance, but its effect was limited. The second layer was the double dragon sea protection. With the gold and silver dragon shadows guarding the deity's lake, it would be impossible for a divine sea realm cultivator to break through his spiritual sense protection. Even if it was broken through, he still had the soul-suppressing pagoda to suppress the deity's lake. It could ensure that the deity's lake would not be broken. With these 3 layers of techniques, the difference between him and a divine sea realm cultivator was purely in terms of strength. The hidden danger in his heart had been eliminated, and he was in a good mood. As for what he said to the 2 flood dragons, it was naturally not everything. He didn't know where the 2 flood dragons came from, but they were definitely very powerful. They must be the top existences in the 9 regions, and he didn't know how many years they had lived. As the saying goes, people become shrewd with age, and demons were the same. How could Lu Yi trust them so easily? The reason why Lu Yi let them do what they wanted was not because he trusted them, but because he trusted Tianji. Tianji gave him the authority to enter and exit the War Merit Pavilion, and they were trapped in the War Merit Pavilion to guard the gate. There must be Tianji's way of operating. If they really had any unfavorable thoughts or practices, Tianji would punish them. It turned out that he had indeed benefited from them. He had improved the protection of his spiritual sense to the extreme. After leaving the Tianji Hall, Lu Yi went to the front of the missing moon immortal's bamboo house. He spread out his divine thoughts and sensed the breath of the missing moon immortal from the bamboo house. After confirming that she was here, he cupped his fists and said, "Sir, I want to take a day off." "What are you going to do?" The voice of the missing moon immortal came out from the bamboo house, but there was no sign of her. "I want to go back to Haotian City to be promoted." The rank of a soldier was directly related to the number of military merits a cultivator had obtained. Whether the cultivator used these military merits or not, it would not be affected. Wei Wei's accumulated military merits were 500,000. He had reached this point before, so the initial military rank he got from the official department of Haotian City was Wei Wei. The next rank was senior captain, which required a total of 1 million military merits. Lu Yi was not sure how many military merits he had obtained before, but after this he should have at least 1 million, which was enough for him to be promoted. The reason why he was so anxious was naturally because it was related to the amount of his monthly salary. A Wei Wei's monthly salary was 20,000 military merits, while senior captain's salary was 30,000 military merits. Moreover, he had 2 positions. In other words, after being promoted, his monthly salary would be 60,000 military merits, which could be exchanged for 4 golden spiritual sticks. Things like military ranks were naturally meant to be enjoyed as soon as possible. Therefore, he could delay his cultivation for a while. Moreover, with his current speed, a round trip to Haotian City would only take 1 day and 1 night. It would not delay him too much. Go on, there's no need to rush back. After bidding farewell to the missing moon immortal, Lu Yi identified the direction, took out his spiritual boat, and flew towards Haotian City. It seemed like he had just arrived from Haotian City not long ago. At most, it would be slightly more than a month. After advancing to the true lake realm, his flying speed was also much faster. Along the way, Lu Yi looked relaxed and was not in a hurry. While flying, he did not forget to take out the fire spirit rock and activate the talent tree's power to engulf it. For hours later, he was already far away from Tsang Yen Mountain Pass. When he passed by a spiritual mountain, Lu Yi suddenly felt something. He looked down and saw a figure standing on top of the spiritual mountain. After sizing up, Lu Yi frowned. It was not that he recognized this person, but this person was wearing a white mask. Under the mask, he was looking in Lu Ye's direction. Obviously, he was looking at Lu Yi. Many cultivators liked to wear masks. Some did it because they did not want others to see their true face, while others deliberately mystified themselves. Lu Yi was the former. In the 9 regions, there were all kinds of strange patterns on masks. There were also such white masks. However, if there was a red and blue pattern on the left and right sides of the white mask, it would be unusual. Lu Yi had seen such a mask before. That was in the Cloud River battlefield. On his way to the 100 Formation Pagoda, he was being chased by many cultivators of the Myriad Demon's Ridge. When he passed by a place called the Pai River, a woman wearing a mask like this appeared out of nowhere and helped him. The strength that the woman displayed was far beyond an ordinary Cloud River 9th Order cultivator. After that, Lu Yi realized that the woman was not a Cloud River realm cultivator, but a true Lake realm cultivator. That woman should belong to a mysterious organization. This organization was very resourceful and could set up many secret strongholds in the Cloud River battlefield. They could set up teleportation arrays and could even send cultivators above the Cloud River tier into the Cloud River battlefield like the Chenji Business Alliance. At that time, Lu Yi thanked her and asked for her name. The woman did not answer and only said that she was following orders. She insisted on forcing Lu Yi to return to the 9 regions because there were too many people chasing after him. Lu Yi naturally did not comply. The two of them even had a conflict. However, during the fight, some seal in the woman's body seemed to have broken, and her true cultivation was revealed. She was then expelled from the Cloud River battlefield. Not much time had passed, and this experience was still fresh in Lu Ye's mind. Naturally, he would not forget it. After that incident, he always felt that he would meet people from this organization again. He never thought that he would meet them here. Lu Yi himself often wore a mask to do things, so he naturally knew what these people were thinking. This place was the only way back to Grand Sky City from the Blue Flame Mountain Pass. The other party had obviously been waiting here for a long time. Moreover, this location was very subtle. It was between the Blue Flame Mountain Pass and Grand Sky City. If anything happened here, neither Grand Sky City nor the Blue Flame Mountain Pass would be aware. The other party was obviously waiting here because they were afraid of the Thought Moon Immortal and the Masters of Grand Sky City. Chapter 895. Lu Yi naturally did not have a good impression of such sneaky behavior. His instincts told him not to get involved with the people of this organization. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. As for the favor of the mysterious woman for saving his life, there was no way he could talk about it. Even without her help, Lu Yi was confident that he could escape. It could even be said that her appearance had complicated things. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Yi immediately retracted his gaze. While he was secretly on guard, he prepared to fly over. Since the other party dared to appear here so openly, there was a high chance that they were from the Grand Heaven Alliance. There was no need to worry about being interrogated. "Are you Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect, fellow cultivator Lu?" the person below shouted. "No," Lu Yi replied decisively. Then, under the other party's stunned gaze, he quickly flew away. The other party did not show any signs of pursuing him. They merely watched him leave. Lu Yi frowned. The situation was somewhat different from what he had imagined. However, he did not care. If the other party did not pursue him, it would save him some trouble. It was more important to get to Grand Heaven City and get promoted. After flying for a while, Lu Yi suddenly felt that something was not right. The surrounding scenery was too familiar. It was as if he had seen it before. When he looked up again, he saw an even more familiar spirit peak in front of him. On top of that spirit peak, a figure stood. He wore a white mask. Lu Ye's expression could not help but turn serious. As expected, something was not right. Before he got close, the person in the distance shouted, "Are you Lu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect, fellow cultivator Lu?" It was as if time had turned back, and he had experienced what he had just experienced once again. This time, Lu Ye did not even bother to reply. He directly turned around and flew in another direction. A moment later, he encountered that spirit peak again. When he saw the cultivator on top of that spirit peak again, he asked patiently, "Are you Lu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect, fellow cultivator Lu?" Lu Ye looked at him deeply. When he met the mischievous gaze under that person's mask, how could he not know that he had fallen into someone else's trap? He ignored that person and turned in another direction. He activated the Insight Spirit Tattoo to enhance his eyes. As he flew, he observed, he kept experiencing the same scene, meeting the same person on the same spiritual peak and hearing the same words. Lu Ye originally thought that he had fallen into some kind of great array, but after careful observation for a long time, he was sure that this was not a great array. This was because even if it was a great array, with his current attainments in the array, Tao, and Insight Spirit inscriptions, he could still see some clues. But, in reality, he still hadn't found any traces of the formation. Since it wasn't a formation, it had to be a treasure, like the Nine-Front Formation. It was a treasure that could create a space of its own. Lu Ye was secretly on guard. Although he was only a first-order, true Lake Realm cultivator, he had already developed his divine sense, so his perception was extremely sharp. Being able to trap him here without him noticing meant that the one who did this must be a spirit withered sea realm cultivator. The person who shouted at him previously was not in the spiritual sea stage, but was only in the true lake stage. In other words, there was an expert behind this person. "Are you Lu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect, fellow Taoist Lu?" Lu Ye landed in front of him and looked him up and down. She nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it's me." The other party had already made a move and had identified him, so there was no point in denying it. "I've heard a lot about you." The man cupped his fists in greeting. "What's the matter?" "My family, sir, wants to see fellow Taoist." "Your family, sir?" Lu Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. "Since you want to see me, why do you have to hide? Let's do it openly. There are some reasons that I can't explain, so I hope fellow Taoist can forgive me." The masked cultivator lowered his head slightly, as if apologizing. "Lead the way," the masked cultivator said. "But before that, I have to test fellow Taoist methods and see if fellow Taoist is qualified to meet sir." He spoke politely, but Lu Ye was amused. "Your family, sir, wants to see me. But before that, he wants to see my abilities? Fellow Taoist, please forgive me." "Forgive me or not. You have to survive first. Do you really think I'm made of mud that can be manipulated by others?" As soon as he finished speaking, the graceful saber light had already slashed down. The masked cultivator obviously didn't expect Lu Ye to suddenly make a move, so he hurriedly took out his spirit artifact and placed it in front of him. In the next moment, his expression changed. Originally, when he saw that Lu Ye was only a first-order, true lake realm cultivator, he didn't pay much attention to him. Even though he had inquired about Lu Ye before and knew that he was good at killing enemies above his realm, he had already given him a very high valuation. But after they really fought, he discovered that Lu Ye's foundation was much deeper than he had expected. Copious and irresistible strength wrapped in incomparably violent spirit energy, Lu Ye, with a saber in hand, carried the saber intent of the tyrant saber art. A strong sense of oppression and invasion swept over, causing the masked cultivator's chest to tighten for a moment. One had to know that his cultivation was several minor realms higher than Lu Ye's. Such monstrous strength, such a foundation, he was simply a monster. He couldn't help but be shocked. Ding ding dang dang dang. The sound of spirit artifacts colliding rang out continuously, and the masked cultivator was forced to retreat step by step. For a moment he was suppressed, until a crashing sound rang out and the saber in Lu Ye's hand shattered. His mountain coiling saber was still in the process of being upgraded. The saber he had just summoned was a saber similar to the mountain coiling saber. It was unknown where he had obtained it from. In terms of quality, it was only a high-grade spirit artifact. So how could it withstand Lu Ye's fierce slashes? The masked cultivator's attack suddenly slowed. Although Lu Yi took out another saber in the next moment, the masked cultivator was still a true Lake Realm cultivator, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Just as he was about to counterattack, his figure suddenly paused. In the next moment, he hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Lu, the future is long. Farewell." As if he had received some instructions, he had already retreated. Lu Yi still wanted to pursue, but an astonishing force swept over from the front. He hurriedly stopped, and the force blasted him back several dozen meters before he could stabilize himself. When he looked up again, there was no trace of the masked cultivator. He had long since fled. The surrounding scenery seemed to distort, and Lu Yi knew in his heart that the method of the master behind him had failed. Standing in the same place, Lu Yi frowned and cursed his bad luck. He didn't know who the divine Sea Realm cultivator behind him was, but it was obvious that this person had blocked him. However, the other party didn't have the intention to kill him. Otherwise, he would have already shown himself. However, the other party said that he wanted to see him, but left in a hurry. He didn't know what happened. He couldn't figure it out, but he was too lazy to think about it. He would definitely come into contact with this mysterious organization again in the future, and sooner or later, the truth would come out. After determining the direction, he once again rushed towards Grand Sky City. This time it was extremely smooth, and the previous time reversal situation didn't occur. 100 miles away, two figures stood. One was the masked cultivator, and the other was a spirited old man. Thinking back to the short exchange with Lu Yi just now, the masked cultivator still had a look of shock on his face. This was because his cultivation was several levels higher than Lu Ye's, but he didn't gain the slightest advantage. This meant that if it was a life and death battle, he might not be Lu Ye's opponent. This was too exaggerated. How could a person's foundation be so strong? One had to know that he himself was an elite of a sect who could kill enemies above his level. "My lord, is the thought moon immortal here?" He restrained the distracting thoughts in his mind and asked, "No. If not, then why did he leave in such a hurry? Didn't my lord want to see him?" "There's no need." The old man shook his head slowly. The reason why he wanted to see Lu Yi was to test his foundation. This point had already been verified just now. He could be said to be shockingly talented and completely met the organization's requirements to recruit him. The second reason was to investigate Lu Ye's temperament. The old man had already made some judgments about this matter. Since his goal had been achieved, there was naturally no need to meet him. If he really did meet him, it would only increase Lu Ye's disgust, and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. This time this old man was wrong. The old man stroked his beard. Although he was a spirit sea realm cultivator, he didn't mind his mistakes at all. "I thought he was just a kid who had just reached True Lake Realm, and a little trick would be enough to make him look up to me. I didn't want to overreach myself. It's fine if I don't meet him. This kid is arrogant and somewhat unruly. If you come into contact with him in the future, don't try to play any tricks and treat him with sincerity." "Yes," the masked cultivator replied respectfully. "Then, about recruiting him, the time hasn't come yet. A person like him will see the problem sooner or later. When the time comes, he will naturally have the same philosophy as us. If that's the case, even if we don't recruit him, he'll still be a comrade." The masked cultivator seemed to be deep in thought. "You may leave." The old man waved his hand. The masked cultivator cupped his fists and respectfully retreated. The old man raised his head and looked in the direction of the Jade Blood Sect. He pondered for a moment, then flew up and headed straight for the Jade Blood Sect. He hadn't seen that old man Tang Yifeng for many years. He didn't know how that old man was doing. Suddenly encountering such an incident delayed him a little, but the rest of his journey was smooth. In the evening, the huge Grand Heaven City came into view. After flying for a while, he finally arrived at Grand Heaven City. With his previous experience, Lu Yi naturally wouldn't look for the city gate, but went straight in. Compared to the last time he was here, Grand Heaven City was undoubtedly much quieter. The number of cultivators coming and going was also not as high as before. The last time was a special situation. The realm fusion that was hard to come by in many years was encountered by this generation of Cloud River tier cultivators. A large number of Cloud River tier cultivators had nowhere to go, so they all flocked into Grand Heaven City and were then sent to various passes. In the various passes, the number of Cloud River tier cultivators was much higher than before. Only Blue Flame Mountain Pass was special. Including Hupa, there were only 4 members. He flew into Grand Heaven City, and based on his memory of the last time he was here, he went straight in the direction of the Department of Official Affairs. Before he reached the Department of Official Affairs, a familiar figure suddenly flew in front of him. It was the head of the Department of Law, Qian Wudong. He was also the guy who threw him into the punishment prison last time. When Lu Yi saw him from afar, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. He wanted to change direction and avoid this person. Chapter 896. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw Qian Wudong looking at him with a smile. The distance between them was quickly closing. Lu Yi had no choice but to fly over. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, my lord." Qian Wudong stood 10 meters away from Lu Yi, with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Lu Yi and nodded. "Not bad. You're really here. Why are you here?" "I have some personal matters to deal with," Lu Yi replied casually without explaining too much. Qian Wudong smiled and said, "When you get back to Tsangyan Mountain Pass, send my regards to your pass master. She came and left in a hurry a month ago and didn't even want to see me." "A month ago?" Lu Yi was stunned. Qian Wudong smiled meaningfully. "That's when you were locked up in the prison. How else do you think you got to Tsangyan Mountain Pass?" Lu Yi didn't know about this. However, Qian Wudong didn't want to explain too much. He just said a few words and flew away from Lu Yi. Lu Yi was left alone to think. According to Qian Wudong's words, Lu Ye's trip to Tsangyan Mountain was directly related to Nian Yuxian's visit to Haoqian City. It seemed that Nian Yuxian had asked for him from the recruitment department. There were numerous mountain passes on the defensive line of the military province, yet he just so happened to head to such a special place like Azure Flame Mountain Pass. Moreover, Yearning Moon Immortal had been guarding it all by herself for a few tens of years before that. Perhaps Second Senior's sister had contributed to it. The 2 women had a good relationship. There was no one on the front line to take care of Lu Yi, so Nian Yuxian, the past master who had a relationship with the Blue Blood sect, took care of him. In an instant, Lu Yi had already thought through most of the cause and effect of the matter. However, it was impossible for him to know that, for the sake of fighting over him, Moon Thought Immortal had completely offended another divine Sea Realm cultivator, and had even attacked him in public. Cultivators from the official department came and went frequently. They were all cultivators who had rushed back from various places. Like Lu Yi, they all had the same idea, to get promoted as soon as possible so that they could get more monthly pay. In the front line, military merits were often accumulated over time. The conflicts and battles with the Demon's Ridge weren't as frequent as expected. However, there were exceptions. The battles were extremely fierce. Both sides kept sending new people into the battlefield. In those places, military merits were increased, but there were also many people who died. After waiting for a moment in the official department, it was her turn. Lu Yi stepped forward and handed the guard token to the petite, round-faced female cultivator in charge of this matter. The female cultivator had promoted the ranks of countless cultivators every day, so she was naturally familiar with the process. She took the guard token and asked about Lu Ye's background. After checking the information in the guard token and confirming that there was no mistake, she asked Lu Yi to place the hand with the battlefield imprint on the battle merit plate to check how many battle merits he had accumulated. Just like last time, the colors on the battle merit plate constantly changed, and the female cultivator's calm expression also changed. The light that came out was yellow, which corresponded to the Wei Wei. This time it was purple, which corresponded to the senior captain. It seemed that his calculations were correct. The military merits he accumulated were enough for him to get promoted. When he looked up, the beautiful eyes of the female cultivator who was handling this for him were filled with shock and admiration. In Grand Heaven Alliance, there were many cultivators with the rank of commandant. She had been handling military promotions here for a long time, not to mention commandants. She had even seen some guards of higher ranks. But how could there be such a young commandant in this world? Because Lu Yi had been running around for a long time and had experienced many battles, he looked older than his actual age. But no matter how old he was only about 20 years old. A 20-year-old commandant, let alone seeing one, she had never even heard of one. And his cultivation was only at the first order, true Lake Realm. Generally speaking, in order to be promoted to the rank of senior captain, one would have to be at the late stage of the true Lake stage at the earliest. As for the ranks of Army Protector and Battalion Commander, they were all reserved for Spirit Ocean stage cultivators. There was no mention of any true Lake stage general being promoted to the rank of Army Protector, because for this rank it was not only the amount of military merits accumulated, but also the amount of military merits. Perhaps a true Lake Realm cultivator could rely on his monthly salary to accumulate enough military merits. But if his military merits were not great enough, he would not be promoted to a guard or camp leader. A commandant who was not even 20 years old and was only at the first order true Lake Realm. The female cultivator had been here for so many years, but this was the first time she saw Lu Yi. It was inevitable that she was shocked and puzzled. She could not understand what Lu Yi had done to accumulate so many military merits. Senior sister? Lu Yi saw that she was in a daze and could not help but call out. The female cultivator came back to her senses and said apologetically, "I'll be done soon." Then she took Lu Ye's guard token and quickly returned it to him. "Junior brother Lu, check it and make sure there are no mistakes." Lu Yi took his guard token and poured his spirit energy into it. After confirming that the guard token was emitting a purple glow, he kept it and nodded to the female cultivator. "Thank you, senior sister." Under the shocked gazes of the nearby cultivators, he left leisurely. It wasn't until he left that the female cultivator revealed a vexed expression. Just now, she had been so shocked that she had forgotten to add her imprint to Lu Ye's. Such a handsome young talent, if she had some of the beautiful junior sisters in the sect come into contact with him more, perhaps she would be able to obtain some benefits. As for herself, she was already married and had someone to protect. So naturally, she did not have any other thoughts. The sky was already dark, so Lu Yi did not plan to continue his journey. He took a day off from Nian Yuxian, and Nian Yuxian also told him not to rush back. Anyway, there was no war in Blue Flame Mountain Pass for a long time, so he could stay in Grand Sky City for a few more days, or even go back to Blue Blood Sect to take a look. Grand Sky City was not only the center of Grand Sky Alliance in the War Province, but there were also many restaurants, tea houses, and even various shops in the city, mainly for the convenience of the cultivators who came and went. Moreover, the prices here were quite cheap, about half of what they were outside. Although Lu Yi did not come and go in a hurry last time, he was locked up in the prison for a few days, so he did not have the chance to walk around Grand Sky City. Now he could take advantage of the night to look around. Hu squatted on his shoulder, and the man and Tiger walked around Grand Sky City at night. After a while, Lu Yi stopped in front of a shop that specialized in selling demonic beast meat. The two flood dragons in the War Merit Pavilion were big eaters, So Lu Yi spent 10 to 20,000 merit points each time he went in and out. So he might as well buy some demonic beast meat as backup. When he and Hupa needed it, they could feed it to the 2 flood dragons. He rarely used spirit stones, so he had accumulated a lot in his storage space. After spending nearly 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and almost emptying the stock of the shop, Lu Yi left with satisfaction, leaving the cultivator guarding the shop with a melancholic expression. He entered another restaurant, ordered a table of good dishes, sat by the window, and ate heartily. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he continued to stroll around, and when he passed by a spirit tool shop he entered. The encounter during the day reminded him of one thing, and that was the mountain pan saber was recently upgrading, so he had to find another long saber to temporarily replace it. Although it wouldn't take long for the mountain pan saber to be completely repaired if he needed to face an enemy during this period of time and didn't have a suitable weapon, it would be inconvenient for him to display his strength. The situation during the day was like that. If it wasn't for the sudden collapse of his long saber, his opponent wouldn't have been able to catch his breath. In the future, the mountain pan saber might not be by his side, so having a backup would be more than enough to deal with emergencies. However, he was now in the true lake stage, so spiritual weapons were no longer suitable for him, so he could only choose a magic weapon. Weapons of this grade were naturally not cheap. After a brief search in this spirit tool shop, he found a few magic tool long sabers. However, only one of them barely met his requirements. He spent another large sum of spirit stones to buy this saber. Compared to the mountain pan saber, this saber was more than sharp but not heavy enough, so Lu Yi didn't feel comfortable using it. Moreover, the mountain pan saber had been with him for many years, and it was already imprinted with him, which was something that other weapons couldn't replace. Realistically speaking, even if this saber wasn't inferior to the mountain pan saber in terms of quality, Lu Yi could only display 90% of his usual strength. Weapon cultivators relied too much on their weapons, which was an undeniable disadvantage of weapon cultivators. After buying the demonic beast meat and the magic saber, Lu Yi didn't have the mood to continue shopping, afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to buy something. Although he had a lot of spoils of war, he couldn't afford to spend so extravagantly. He found an ownerless house nearby, opened the restrictions on the house, and went into rest. He could finally come out to take a breather. After a while, a man, a spirit, and a tiger sat together. Lu Ye's heart moved, borrowing the power of heaven's secrets to cultivate, and at the same time, urging the talent tree to continuously devour the power of the fire spirit rock in his hand. The talent tree's transformation hadn't been completed, and he didn't know how much energy it needed to absorb. Anyway, as long as Lu Yi had the time, he would take out the fire spirit rock and let the talent tree devour it. After a peaceful night, Lu Yi got up, packed his things, opened the door, and prepared to return to Tsangyen Mountain. However, just as he was about to move, a person descended from the sky and landed in front of him. The person who came was a tall and sturdy man with a full beard. He had a square face and looked very forthright. The two of them looked at each other. The sturdy man asked, "Junior brother, do you have any military duties?" Lu Yi shook his head no. The sturdy man showed his guard order to Lu Yi. "This one is from the Law Division's Law Enforcement Hall, a 3-squad Captain Gangwoo. We are temporarily recruiting Junior Brother to follow us on a mission. If Junior Brother doesn't have any military duties, you can't disobey orders." As he spoke, the sturdy man urged his guard order, which emitted a rich yellow light. At the same time, his spirit energy surged, revealing his powerful 9th Order True Lake Realm cultivation. Lu Yi was stunned by his words, but he quickly reacted. Was he being recruited? But was it possible to recruit him on a temporary basis? As if he had misunderstood something, King Gangwoo said, "Junior brother, don't worry. This mission isn't too risky, and it won't take too long. At most, it will take 3 to 5 days, so it won't take up too much of your time. Moreover, if you follow us on this mission, you will also be able to earn merits. Chapter 897. Lu Yi didn't care about the merit points. He still had a lot of merit points that he hadn't used up yet. Compared to merit points, he was more interested in the way the law enforcement hall did things. When he joined the military province guards, he didn't ask for too long, so he didn't know much about the military province guards. What made him curious was, did the military province guards allow this kind of temporary recruitment? And they didn't allow him to refuse. With that thought in mind, he said, "Senior Marshal Brother, please wait for a moment. I've only been in the War Province Guards for a month, and I only took a day off to come to vast Sky City. I still need to ask my superiors about this." King Zhengwu frowned and asked, "Who are your superiors?" "Great Moon Pass's Lord, Nian Yuxian." King Gengwu was stunned. "It's her." "No, it said that there are no other prefecture guards on her side." "How did you? There weren't any more than a month ago." King Gengwu nodded slightly. "If it's her, you can ask your superiors." In other words, he trusted Nian Yuxian very much. If it was someone else, they might not be treated like this. Lu Yi then forced Wei Ling to contact the missing Moon Immortal and told her about what had happened. Soon he got a reply, yes. That was an agreement. Since his superior had agreed, Lu Yi had nothing to say and left with King Gengwu. On the other side, Nian Yuxian raised her hand and tapped on her battlefield imprint to send out a message. "What are you doing?" Soon she got a reply. "Senior Marshal Sister Nian, you're finally willing to contact me? I thought, cut the crap. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll go to Great Sky City and break your skull." "Search." "Don't do that. I'm the head of the Law Enforcement Division. If you really do that, I'll lose face." The other party pleaded and then explained, "This brat under your command has been mixed up in the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield since the beginning of his cultivation. So it can be said that he knows nothing about the situation in the 9 provinces. After entering the regional guard, he still went to your place. What's the situation on your side is what you're thinking. If he stays there for a long time, he won't have many chances to gain merit or be promoted. I'm trying to think of a way to sharpen him, and at the same time, let him understand more about the situation in the 9 provinces. It's said that good men aspire to travel far, and he can be considered a talent. You wouldn't want him to stay there and become a cripple, would you? Of course, if Senior Sister insists on raising him into a greenhouse flower, I can give the order to let him go right now." Flowers in the greenhouse? The Thought Moon Immortal sneered inwardly. "I'm afraid you don't know what he has done before. In just 1 month since he came here, he accidentally stirred up the lonely mountain pass and saved my life under the noses of several hostile Spirit Sea Realm warriors. Even if he were a flower in a greenhouse, he would still be covered in thorns and thorns. Of course, there was no need to elaborate on such matters. If anything happens to him, I will wring your head off." In the main hall of the law department in Haotin City, Qian Wudong read the message from the Thought Moon Immortal and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This senior sister of his had been as cold as ice in recent years, but in fact, she had never restrained her fiery temper. She would break people's skulls and wring people's heads at the slightest provocation. "Also, don't think that I don't know what you are up to." Another message came. What could I possibly be up to? Qian Wudong smiled bitterly in his mind. He knew that his thoughts had been seen through, but he didn't want to talk about it. Instead, he changed the topic. Why did this guy come back to the Haotian city? Go and ask him yourself. Thought Moon Immortal became a message and couldn't be contacted anymore. Qian Wudong was just asking casually, but the Thought Moon Immortal's attitude made him feel strange. Right, this guy had only been to the front line for a month. Why did he come back to the Haotian city? He didn't think too much about it before. After all, there were so many people coming and going in the Haotian city, and no one restricted the true lake from entering or leaving. Now that he thought about it, something was indeed wrong. He immediately asked someone to check it out. Soon he got the feedback. Looking at the information in front of him, Qian Wudong was stunned. A First Order Martial King Captain? Did the official division make a mistake, or did he see it wrong? If he remembered correctly, this guy used to be a guard. A Ninth Order Cloud River Realm guard was already shocking enough. How did he become a captain in just 1 month? The first thought that came to Qian Wudong's mind was that Thought Moon Immortal used her authority as a mountain pass lord to open the door to True Lake, allowing him to accumulate a lot of war credits in a short time. But soon he denied this idea. It wasn't that Thought Moon Immortal couldn't do it, but that Thought Moon Immortal couldn't do it. She wouldn't do it without knowing the consequences. She would be punished by the heavens. Once that happened, even if she was a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, she wouldn't be able to handle it. In other words, this guy used his own ability to accumulate a lot of war credits in a short time and was promoted from a guard to a captain. Did he kill Wanjiangang or destroy Lonely Mountain City? But if that was the case, there should be some good news from the front line. Recently, there hadn't been any good news in Grand Sky City. Qian Wudong couldn't figure out what True Lake had done. His heart was itching, so he shamelessly sent a message to Thought Moon Immortal, wanting to ask about it. But there was no response. No matter how he asked, there was no reply. At this time, True Lake had already met up with his A3 squad under the leadership of Gungling Zhou. Including the captain, Gungling Zhou, there were only 5 people in the squad. A sword cultivator with a grumpy face and a warm smile on his face, Xiao Ruyun. A taciturn spell cultivator with a cold expression, Shangguan Qiu. Ghost cultivator Kong Yuanqiao with a cunning look in his eyes from time to time, constantly glancing at a female companion. A petite female cultivator with a curvaceous figure, Mu Zhang. Including True Lake, who joined temporarily, the squad of 6 people was gathered. This was also the standard number of people in the law enforcement team of the Law Enforcement Hall. Among the 6, the captain, Gungling Zhou, was undoubtedly the strongest. He was a Ninth Order Martial King. In the entire 9 regions, he wasn't weak. The others had different cultivations, but they were all above Third Order Martial King. Everyone reported their names and cultivations, then looked at True Lake together. True Lake could only say, True Lake of Jade Blood Sect, First Order Suing. If the name of True Lake of Jade Blood Sect was announced in the Cloud River battlefield, or even in the current Spirit Stream battlefield, it would definitely attract attention. But these people in front of him had long left the 2 major battlefields and were struggling on the front line. Naturally, they had never heard of True Lake's name. But the 3 words, Jade Blood Sect, made their expressions turn serious. Xiao Ruyun was surprised. Junior brother is from Jade Blood Sect? Yes. True Lake looked at him. Senior brother Kong is from North Profound Sword Sect? Xiao Ruyun shook his head. North Profound Sword Sect's requirements for accepting disciples are extremely strict. I wasn't lucky enough to be accepted. I'm from a 4th grade sect. Although the sword cultivators of North Profound Sword Sect are good, Senior Brother Kang's means may not be inferior to theirs. The ghost cultivator named Kong Yuanqiao said, Kid, don't think that a sword cultivator is from North Profound Sword Sect. All the big sects in the War Province have sword cultivators. He turned his head and looked at Gung's spirit boat. Captain, what's the situation? Even if you want to recruit strong men, you should recruit someone with a higher cultivation. This kid looks like he just became a martial king not long ago. How useful can he be? He was indeed a straightforward person. He did not care about Zhan He's cultivation level, so he directly said it out loud and did not try to hide it. You talk too much. So what if he's a First Order Suing? Didn't you come from First Order Suing? Gung's spirit boat glared at him. To be honest, if possible, he didn't want to choose True Lake. But this order was directly given by the minister, so he couldn't resist. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. He didn't hear that the minister had any close relationship with Jade Blood Sect. Why would he take care of this kid? In his opinion, this mission with them was to take care of them, because it didn't take much effort to get a lot of war credits, adding a stroke to the merit book. Otherwise, although there weren't many cultivators in Grand Sky City, he wouldn't have found True Lake. I'm just saying. Kong Yuanqiao shrunk his neck and turned to the female cultivator next to him. Junior, Sister Mu, after this mission, I'll take you to a fun place. Mu Zheng smiled sweetly. I'm not going. Kong Yuanqiao immediately put on a sad look and pestered her. It was the first time True Lake saw a martial king like this. He couldn't help but frown. Xiao Ruyun understood and smiled slightly. We brothers have been together for a long time and are used to being casual. Junior brother Lu, you don't have to worry about it. Well, everyone is here. Let's go. Gung's spirit boat said and summoned a land leaf. The land leaf was prepared for a small team. It was much narrower than True Lake's land leaf, enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people. Everyone boarded the boat. The silent Shangguan, Chiu, stepped forward and drove the land leaf into the sky. The others looked for a place to rest. Old Kong, tell the new little brother the rules. Gung's spirit boat ordered. Yes. Xiao Ruyan replied and looked at True Lake. Junior brother, if you have anything to ask, you can ask me. Su Ing asked his question. When you law enforcement teams carry out missions, can you randomly recruit people in the city? Xiao Ruyun smiled slightly. Junior brother, you don't know. Compared to the entire State Guard, the Law Division is the most understaffed. Because the Law Division recruits people at least at the Martial King realm. If your cultivation is low, you can't do anything about law enforcement. This was understandable. Cultivators who dared to violate the law must not have a low cultivation. This required the law enforcement team to use stronger methods to suppress them. Cloud River Realm cultivators were obviously not suitable. The mission carried out by the Law Division is to punish those who violate the laws of the State Guard internally and strangle enemies who betray their master externally. In the process of carrying out the mission, there will be many obstacles, so it's relatively safe. The casualty rate is also high. As a result, the Law Division is understaffed all year round. Our team is the same. Originally, there were 6 people, but in the previous mission, 1 brother died in battle, so there was an empty spot. This time there is a mission, so we can only pull in strong men. This is also allowed. Chapter 898. There was one more thing that Kong Yuanqiao did not explain to Lu Yi, and that was that even though the Law Division was a powerful organization and no one dared to provoke them outside, the things they did were often unpleasant. Most cultivators were used to being free and unrestrained, and did not have any scruples in doing things. However, the law of the State Guards was like a mountain, and it was inevitable that someone would inadvertently violate the law of the State Guards. As a result, the Law Division needed to step in and deal with it. In the process of dealing with these matters, it was very easy to offend people and then be feared and hated by others. This was also the reason why the Law Division feared the law. There were many cultivators in the war state, and even if the Law Division had strict requirements to recruit people, requiring at least the cultivation of the True Lake stage, they did not have many people. It was because many times the Law Division cultivators did things that offended people and were not liked by others, so there were not many who were willing to join the Law Division. If they really wanted to gain merit, they could do it at any of the front lines. In addition to the high casualty rate, the Law Division's law enforcement team often had a shortage of people. Pulling in able-bodied men became an unspoken rule. Kong Yuanqiao spoke with a serious expression. Junior apprentice brother Lu, during the law enforcement team's mission, there are 3 things that are not allowed. Please remember, if you violate them, you will not be let off lightly. Senior apprentice brother, please speak. Lu Yi was all ears. First, you are not allowed to use your status as a law enforcement team member to do personal things. Second, during the mission, without permission, you are not allowed to contact the outside world. Third, during the mission, you are not allowed to act alone, and at least have to be in a group of 2. These 2 must be remembered. The sect leader nodded seriously. I will remember. The three uniformed beauties were also women, and smiled slightly. Of course, junior apprentice brother need not be too relaxed. There is a first time for everything. Just experience more, and it will be fine. Ji Biao thought that he was not relaxed either, so he asked, "What mission are we doing this time?" Ji Biao smiled and shook his head. "Only the captain knows the details of the mission. We are only responsible for following orders." In the following time, the True Lake stage told the sect many things to pay attention to, and Biao Xiong 5 are rested. As for the others, they were all focused and ready to go all out. After saying everything that needed to be said to the sect, the True Lake stage cultivator took out an item and passed it to Ji Biao. "Little brother, take some time to refine this item." Zhong Shou took it and looked at it. He asked suspiciously, "Formation plate?" The thing in his hand looked similar to a disc array, but it didn't look like a disc array. Instead, it looked more like a Dharma artifact. However, if one were to call it a Dharma artifact, it seemed to lack something. 6 Origin Spirit Forbidding Locks. This is a spirit artifact unique to the Law Enforcement Division. It can't be found outside. When the time comes to carry out the mission, the 6 of us will need to split into 6 different directions and activate the power of this object. We will be able to restrict the flow of spiritual power in a certain area. As long as everything goes well, we will be able to take down the target effortlessly. The sect leader was enlightened. No wonder he felt that something was missing from this item. It turned out that this item came in a set. There were 6 pieces in a set, and each of the 6 people had one. The principle of its operation was similar to that of a formation. It meant that each of the 6 people had this item and could set up a spirit forbidding array in a very short period of time. A cultivator's greatest reliance was the spiritual power that they cultivated. If their spiritual power was restricted, then their cultivation would not be able to be used. However, their physique was much stronger than a mortal's, which naturally made it easier for the Law Enforcement Division to carry out the mission. No wonder they needed to pull in a strong man. Because there were 6 of these items, they needed the cooperation of 6 people. Therefore, when the A3 team lacked a member, the Gung spirit vessel could only carefully pull in a dry person to make up the number. Senior Marshal Brother, how high is the cultivation base of the person we need to deal with? Zhong Shou's expression was solemn. The strength of this team was not weak, but they still needed to use this kind of magic artifact. Wouldn't the enemy they were about to encounter be very weak? The True Lake stage cultivator knew what Zhong Shou was thinking and comforted him. In particular, the cultivation base of the target we need to deal with is in Moffing. Therefore, even if we face him head-on, we can still take him down. It's just that with this item in hand, it's more convenient to carry out the mission and avoid any unnecessary injuries. Zhong Shou then understood. Junior Marshal Brother, refine it first. When you can activate the power of this item, I will teach you the cooperation method. Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother. Refining the 6 Origin spirit restriction locks was not a problem. Zhong Shou's spiritual power was pure enough. No matter what he refined, the efficiency was very high. In just half an hour, he had completely refined the 6 Origin spirit restriction locks in his hand. He also asked Ji Biaoxiong for the cooperation method. Soon, everything was ready. Lu Yi flew through the clouds. During this time, the Gung spirit vessel replaced Lu Ye's Shangguanqiu. It was not until the 2nd day that they arrived at their destination. Lu Yi stopped. The 6 people walked out one by one and stood in the air. Looking at the capital gate, there were many pavilions and lofts in the 2nd type of Shueishu law firm. It was obvious that the 1st department had been there for many years. Looking at it this way, the target of this mission should be someone from the Wei Lu, Immortal Dawn Mountain. The True Lake stage cultivator at the side was more knowledgeable. He immediately recognized that this was a Wei Lu called the Immortal Dawn Mountain. In the entire Juzhou, the Immortal Dawn Mountain was not very famous. However, in the military province, this Wei Lu was a little famous because it was a 4th rank Wei Lu. According to the Jiuzhou Tianji's evaluation of Ji Biao's rank, there were at least 20 and mo Fengs in the 4th rank Wei Lu. As for the Spirit Sea stage, there was definitely no one. This was because if the Immortal Dawn Mountain had a Spirit Sea stage cultivator, it would not be a 4th rank cultivator, but a 3rd rank cultivator. To be able to send out an enforcement team of an mo Fengs, it meant that the person they were going to deal with this time must be someone high up in the Immortal Dawn Mountain. It was very likely that it was an elder. As for who exactly it was, only the Gung spirit vessel would know. The only thing that the sect was curious about was why the target of this mission was targeted by the Law Division. Did he offend a martial king? Or was he a spy of the Wan Mo Ridge? Go down. The Gung spirit vessel waved its hand. Everyone landed and silently passed through the mountain ridge. After walking for a while, they saw a straw hut. In front of the straw hut, an old man with a solemn expression was quietly waiting. He should have made an appointment with the Gung spirit vessel. The team led the way. Junior Gung. The old man cupped his fists. The Gung spirit vessel returned the salute. Kong Yuan Chao, long time no see. The old man was the sect master of the Immortal Dawn Mountain, Sect Masterin. This time, the A3 team came to the Immortal Dawn Mountain to capture someone. Naturally, they had to greet the sect master. Without his permission and cooperation, not to mention capturing someone, even entering the Immortal Dawn Mountain would be a problem. Ji Biaoxiong smiled bitterly. After so many years, Junior Gung is still as good as ever. Ji Biaoxiong is also old but strong. No, I can't reach the Spirit Sea stage in this life. But, Junior Gung, if you work hard, there might be hope. The Gung spirit vessel's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. He himself was unclear about his own talent. If he did not have a great opportunity in this life, he would stop at this point. From the True Lake stage to the Spirit Sea stage, the barrier between the True Lake stage and the Spirit Sea stage made many heroes cry. He, the Gung spirit vessel, was not an ordinary monster. How could he be an exception? Sweeping away the depression in his heart, Gung Jibiao straightened his face. Let's not talk about other people's business. Kong Yuanqiao should know why we are here. Ji Biaoxiong's gaze swept across the 5 people behind the Gung spirit vessel. His expression became bitter. Who is it? How could Ji Biaoxiong not recognize the law enforcement team of the Law Department? It was precisely because he recognized them that his heart was bitter. Because after receiving the message from the Gung spirit vessel, he could not figure out who the Gung spirit vessel's target was. The few in Mofangs who stayed in the mountain were all of the older generation who had made great contributions to the Wei LV. How could such a person be targeted by the Law Department? If it was just defending King Wu, then it was fine. To be honest, most of the state guards had offended King Wu more or less, but the degree was different. King Wu was like a mountain, but the law was nothing more than human feelings. If it was just offending King Wu, it was not a big deal. He was only afraid that it was not the time to offend King Wu. The Gung spirit vessel did not make a sound. He just wriggled a few times at Ji Biaoxiong's mouth. Sect leader An's expression changed abruptly. How could it be him? He thought about the few Ji Biaoxiong who stayed behind to guard the mountain. The others might have offended King Wu, but it was impossible for this person to have done so. However, he never expected that the name inferred from the Gung spirit boat's mouth was actually this person's name. But if it was not Ji Biao, then Ji Biaoxiong suddenly felt a little creepy. What's the reason? Kong Yuanqiao should know the rules of the Law Department. Please don't ask more. The Gung spirit vessel's expression was impartial. Sigh. Ji Biaoxiong sighed heavily. If this old man said that this matter might be wrong, you shouldn't. The Gung spirit vessel interrupted him. Kong Yuanqiao, please don't take any chances. You should know the Law Department's style of doing things. For so many years, how many people who have been targeted by the Law Department are innocent? If there is no conclusive evidence, the law department will not make a big fuss. Because once the law department's people made a move, even if there was nothing, it would become a problem. It would be very difficult to ruin a person's reputation. Therefore, the law department's enforcement team would not make a move easily. But once they made a move, it meant that they already had conclusive evidence. Sect leader An's expression seemed to have aged a lot. He stood in the same place for a long time before he said, "Follow me." "Thank you for your trouble, Kong Yuan Xiao." The Gung spirit vessel's gaze was sharp. "But Kong Yuan Xiao, please consider the big picture. I know you have a close personal relationship with that person. But Kong Yuan Xiao, don't forget that you're not only that person's friend, but also the sect leader of the immortal Dawn Mountain. This old man knows." Sect leader An's expression was solemn. "There's no need for junior brother to remind me." He turned around and led the way. They did not meet a single immortal Dawn Mountain disciple. The entire immortal Dawn Mountain did not seem to notice the sudden visit of a group of 6 people today, until they walked for dozens of miles and approached the valley in front of the straw hut in the valley. The old man fishing in the lake shook his hand, and the fishing rod fell into the water. He sighed heavily. His face was full of bitterness. What should come finally came. It was the last day of the month. There was nothing to do. He wanted to ask for monthly votes. Every month he could get almost 2,000 votes. Chapter 899. In the nameless valley of the immortal Dawn Mountain, the lake was sparkling and a lone boat was drifting. An old man was fishing alone on the boat. His fishing rod was already in the water, as if a big fish had taken the bait, dragging the fishing rod across the water. With King Gung Wu as the leader, the 6 members of the law enforcement team immediately surrounded the old man. At the same time, the team of 6 summoned the 6 origin spirit restriction chains. In an instant, the space around the old man was completely sealed. The sudden change caused the old man to let out a muffled groan and his figure to bend a bit. Lu Ye's position was behind the old man to the right. He looked up and saw that the old man was full of energy and had a thin body. This was the goal of this mission. From his appearance, one could not see anything special, but from the simple conversation between King Gung Wu and In Mofing, Lu Yi knew that the old man was not as simple as he looked. The old man stood up and looked at In Mofing, who was standing not far in front of him. He smiled and said, "Senior Marshal brother, you're here?" And Mo Fong looked at this junior brother of his, who had grown up with him, who had studied under his master, and who had made immortal Dawn Mountain great and strong. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. His dry lips moved, but not a single word came out. "You must be from the law enforcement team, right?" The old man looked at King Gung Wu and the others. They seemed to have accepted their fate. Not only did they not show any signs of resistance, they even had the mood to comment, "You're all good. It's good to be young." Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't resist. Under the 6 origins spirit restriction lock, all spiritual power was restricted. No matter how much the old man's cultivation level would be in the future, he was just a person without a physical body and could only display a little of his strength. "Search." Lu Yi snorted and took out a piece of golden silk paper. He opened it and shouted, "Immortal Dawn Mountain's young elder, King Gung Wu. Original name Zhao Jing, from the Cloud region. 41 years later, he snuck into the War region and changed his name. He was lucky enough to join the immortal Dawn Mountain and hid until now. He tried to destroy the foundation of the War region. He is not guilty and will be arrested by the Law Enforcement Hall's 8 team. Sinwan, 78 years later, the next sect leader of the immortal Dawn Mountain, was assassinated by you when he was out on a mission. He died. Sin 7, 84 years later, during the small battle at the Heavy Cloud Pass, you ambushed and killed a few cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance. Sinner 8, 81 years later, at the 100 Battles Pass, you provided information to the enemy. In the end, you lost several thousand men. Sin 7, even though he had no guesses in his heart, when Gung Lui read out King Wu's crimes, Myriad Demon Ridge still staggered, and his face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had never thought that this junior martial brother of his, whom he had spent decades with, would not have such a side to him. Every time Kong Lui read out a crime, Wan Mo Ling's expression became more and more aged. Sin 7. Forget it. I'm too lazy to recite it. Gung Lu Yi Wu impatiently put away the list of crimes in his hands and looked at King Wu fervently. In short, King Wu, you've been exposed. Take it. When the order was given, 2 dragon-binding ropes flew out from Shangguan Qiu and Mu Jing's hands. The dragon-binding ropes, which were at the level of a magic tool, were like spiritual snakes as they coiled around King Wu and tied him up firmly. The complexity of the mission was unexpected. Ling Qi originally thought that they would have to fight a battle on this trip, but they did not expect the other party to show no signs of resistance, allowing them to activate the power of the dragon-binding ropes and the dragon-binding ropes. Once they caught him, it was even more likely that the other party would stir up some trouble. In other words, the mission had basically been completed. All that was left was to bring Jean back to Grand Sky City. As for how to deal with him, that was the matter of the prison. Just as Jean was thinking this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. In the dark, an inexplicable sense of danger surged in his heart. His expression turned cold, and he secretly became vigilant. This kind of intuition was rarely accurate, but there were also times when it was a sign. Especially for Ling Qi, who had given birth to spiritual sense, this kind of intuition could easily be ignored. He suddenly realized that even though he knew that he had been exposed, King Wu had a reason to surrender. Even an ant would drag out its life, let alone a cultivator. He knew what would happen once he was caught. If Ling Qi was in his position, even if he knew that there would be no good in resisting, he would probably just sit and wait for death. Unless he wanted to live. But looking at King Wu's posture, did he even have the slightest intention of dying? Ning, who was imprisoned in his body, and his body was bound by 2 dragon-binding ropes. King Wu was still calm and composed. He looked at Gung Jin and said, "Fellow Taoist, Dharma and Logos are based on human feelings. Seeing that I am so cooperative, how about you let me say a few words to senior brother?" Gung Lui frowned, but finally nodded. 1 cup of tea. Yes, it will take that long. King Wu smiled, then looked at Wan Mo Ling, whose face was completely pale. Senior brother, you must have nothing to ask. Wan Mo Ling's heart was in a mess. He had a stomach full of questions, but he did not know where to start. He subconsciously said, yes. What's wrong? Junior brother, do you want to explain to them? King Wu chuckled. Xuan, you were naive when you were young, and you're still the same when you're old. Son, how can you lead the immortal mountain with a bow? You and I both know that the law department will make a small fuss. If they make a move, they must have solid evidence. Moreover, did senior brother hear what this fellow Taoist said just now? Is that so? Wan Mo Ling clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. So you're really in Moffing's spy? King Wu sighed. Fate makes fools of people. The next sect leader was also killed by you? You've wronged me. I know where the law department got the information from, and I actually know some things that happened decades later. But at that time, the old sect leader was already seriously injured and had a long life ahead of him. I just sent him on his way. No matter what, the old sect leader taught me, and he can be considered half a master. Although I'm in Moffing's spy, I will still do such things. What about other things? You can consider it as doing it. Seeing that Wan Mo Ling wanted to continue, he sighed and said, Senior brother, I don't have much time. Is this all you want to ask? Wan Mo Ling was speechless. How could he know that he was asking nonsense? King Wu said, Senior brother, you're wasting your energy. I'm indeed in Moffing's spy. Back then, before I stepped on the path of cultivation, I was sent here. Although I was forced, I still did something that didn't harm the Haotian Alliance. The law department is right to arrest me today. How can it be? Until now, Wan Mo Ling still doesn't dare to doubt it. It's really hard for anyone to accept this. There are many spies like me in the Haotian Alliance who are Jin Jinbin spies. Of course, the Haotian Alliance also placed a few spies on Mofeng's side. The two sides have been fighting for so long. Although I'm in Mofeng's subordinate, I grew up cultivating in the immortal Dawn Mountain. I've always thought of myself as a member of the immortal Dawn Mountain. I've always thought of myself as a member of the immortal Dawn Mountain. I've always thought of myself as a member of the immortal Dawn Mountain. He looked into the distance, leisurely. His eyes were simple. What a pity. It's time, sect master, and we should go now. Gung Lui shouted. Jin Jinbin was stunned. Obviously, this series of events had shaken his mind and made his thoughts chaotic. Seeing him like this, King Wu didn't feel any resentment. Before the old sect master died, the young elders recommended you to be the next sect master. I tried my best to stop it because, senior brother, you're suitable to be the sect master. Your mind is too difficult and was affected by the internal forces. Now it seems that it's true. Just a traitor has shaken your mind. If you encounter an even smaller matter, what will you do? What are the smaller things? Myriad Demons Ridge asked. For example, the danger of sect annihilation? King Wu looked at him with a deep gaze. At this moment, Ling Qi's heart was beating wildly. The sense of danger he sensed after that was extremely weak. Clang! The sound of a long saber being unsheathed alarmed everyone. When everyone's eyes focused, the saber in Ling Qi's hand had already ignited, and he slashed it towards King Wu. This unforeseen event caused Gung Luyi and the others to be slightly shocked. Did Ji Ling Qi go crazy? Their mission this time was to capture people. As for how to deal with it, it was up to them to manage. Naturally, there was no need for the people of vast Sky City to worry about it. If they killed someone now, they would have to explain themselves when they returned. Stop! As soon as Gung Lui's voice fell, his face changed. King Wu, who should not have been able to retaliate due to being bound in place, suddenly emitted a weak and tangible force that swept out in all directions. Just a moment ago, Gung Lui felt a pain in his head and saw stars. The others were even more unstable and fell into the lake. Divine sense. Gung Jin was a fourth-order true lake realm cultivator after all. Although he was suddenly attacked, he didn't immediately lose consciousness. Before he realized what had happened, he was shocked and angry. The target of this mission wasn't a true lake realm cultivator, but a hidden spirit sea realm cultivator. No one knew when he broke through to the spirit sea realm, or what method he used to hide such a young man. However, from the weak divine sense, the other party shouldn't have broken through to the spirit sea realm for a long time. His cultivation was at least a second-order spirit sea realm cultivator. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Under the divine sense attack, 10,000 Demon Ridge and Gung Lu Yi were barely able to maintain their bodies. The others all fell back into the lake. The effect of the 8 origin spirit lock was instantly broken. Only the long saber in Ling Qi's hand fell to the side. HM? King Wu showed a surprised look. In his perception, Ling Qi's cultivation was the highest among everyone present. A mere first-order true lake realm cultivator. But in this sudden change, Ling Qi's performance was the most eye-catching. He had even made a move before King Wu could do anything. And under his divine sense attack, this first-order true lake realm cultivator wasn't affected in the slightest. This was a strange thing. King Wu subconsciously thought that Jin must be from a top sect and was wearing some kind of treasure. Chapter 900. Lu Yi did not expect that his vigilance in times of peace would be confirmed so quickly. He had the golden lock given to him by Thought Moon Immortal around his neck. Outside his spirit sea, there were 2 flood dragon phantoms protecting him. Inside his spirit sea, there was the soul-suppressing pagoda. not to mention a trivial second-order divine sea realm cultivator. Even if he met Wan Zhonggang, his soul would not be damaged. When Ning Hu unleashed his divine will, Lu Yi could clearly feel that the golden lock on his neck had unleashed an invisible barrier, attempting to block the attack. Although it had some effect, it was not obvious. The invisible attack blasted towards Lu Ye's mind, but before it reached his spirit sea, it was blocked by the twin dragon sea guard. The soul-suppressing pagoda's spirit sea remained calm. The long saber also slashed down. Ning, who obviously did not expect such a thing to happen. When the law enforcement team arrived, he did not resist. It was not because he wanted to die, nor was it because he was willing to be captured. It was because he had something to rely on. If he was really a true lake realm cultivator, he would naturally have to submit under the 6 origin spirit lock and dragon binding ropes. But 8 years ago, he had quietly reached the spirit sea realm, and now he was a second-order divine sea realm cultivator. The 6 origin spirit lock could restrict spirit energy, but it could not restrict divine sense. He could get rid of it at any time. He just wanted to say a few words to an MO phone before they completely fell out. That was why he was so cooperative. Everyone underestimated him, and he underestimated Sun Yi. But then again, who would have thought that a trivial first-order, true lake realm cultivator would not be affected by the divine sense attack? One had to know that under the impact of his divine sense, even true lake realm 9th order cultivators like an Mo Feng and King Gungwu were stunned for a moment. Xiao Jing's enemy naturally had to pay the price. Ning, whose hastily condensed protective spiritual energy was not able to completely block Lu Ye's sharp blade. The blade landed on Ning Hu's chest, leaving a wound. Blood splattered. Ning, who felt the pain and quickly broke free from the dragon binding ropes. Violent spirit energy surged as he threw a punch. This punch was indescribably fast. The thin old man's strength could make any true lake realm cultivator feel despair. In his field of vision, the shadow of the fist rapidly enlarged, covering the sky and hiding the earth. The aura of death swept over. Lu Ye's mind was unprecedentedly clear. The long saber in his hand slowly danced. As the long saber danced, it evolved into a mysterious saber aura. The flames on the blade sword. The twisting flames seemed to come alive, quickly forming a complex and profound pattern. Gecko! This was the spirit pattern that had made a great contribution in the battle with Wan Zhonggang. Gekken shattered, and so did Lu Ye's hastily condensed defenses. The fist shadow bombarded the blade of the long blade, and then slammed into Lu Ye's body. With a muffled groan and the sound of bones breaking, Lu Yi flew out like a broken kite and fell into the lake. Ning, who was confused again. To be honest, in this short period of time, Lu Yi had given him too much shock. Not only had he not been affected by his divine sense attack, but he had even survived his punch. He could clearly feel the power of moon return. Under the effect of the mysterious spirit pattern, a portion of the power he blasted out was actually reflected back, weakening his attack once again. After that, Lu Yi seemed to have used some defensive techniques, which was why he was able to injure him but not kill him. Which sect's disciple was this? No wonder he was from a big sect. The immortal Dawn Mountain would never be able to cultivate such a talent. The fight between Lu Yi and Ning Guanyao only lasted for a short period of time, but it was this moment of delay that saved the lives of the others. Otherwise, with the situation just now, Ning Hu could have killed everyone. When Lu Yi fell into the lake, and Mofeng and King Gungwu also regained their senses, and Mofeng's face was filled with grief. You're actually a spirit ocean cultivator. If there was a trace of hope in his heart before, then when Ning Hu revealed his true cultivation, this trace of hope was shattered. If he was not a spy from the myriad Devil Ridge, why would he hide his cultivation for such a long time? Moreover, Ning Hu had admitted it himself. sect leader, and do it! King Gung Wu shouted angrily. Blood, qi, and spiritual energy surged on the surface of his body. His whole body swelled up as he charged towards Ning Hu. He did not expect that the target of his mission was actually a spirit ocean cultivator. This was beyond the scope of the A3 team. A spirit ocean cultivator was not someone they, a true lake cultivator, could take down. This time, it would not bode well for them. Of course, he would not abandon his companions and flee. Moreover, in front of a spirit ocean cultivator, fleeing was unrealistic. The only thing he could do now was to combine his and Enmoffing's strength and see if they could kill Ning Hu. You've misjudged me by relying on this useless senior martial brother. Ning Hu's eyes became as sharp as an eagle's. If the immortal Dawn Mountain had been handed over to me, it would have been promoted to the top 3 grades long ago. It would not have been wasted until now. As soon as he finished speaking, he met King Gung Wu's fist with his own. The ghost fighting technique did not seem to be very effective. Under the fierce vibration, Ning Hu's blood qi was accumulated. However, this was not the end. Ning Hu grabbed King Gung Wu's wrist and pulled him in front of him. His other fist was aimed at King Gung Wu's chest. His movements were clean and agile. Obviously, he was an experienced fighter. Asterisk boom, asterisk, a loud sound was heard. Behind King Gung Wu, Gao Gonglong stood up, and at the same time, a shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye exploded, and blood gushed out from his mouth. The huge difference in cultivation allowed Ning Hu to crush King Gung Wu, a true Lake Ninth Order cultivator, even without using his divine sense. Releasing his hand, King Gung Wu's aura weakened and he fell into the lake. Ning Hu turned around and looked at Nu Feng coldly. Sure, Yuan, if you had joined forces with him just now, even if you could not defeat me, you could have stalled for a while. What are you hesitating for? Are you still going to be so naive? You're too disappointing. The immortal Dawn Mountain will not have a good ending in your hands. If that's the case, why don't I destroy it first? Saying so, he rose into the sky and flew straight into the depths of the sect. Old and recalled what Ning Gu had said before and his temper when he was young. He hurriedly chased after him. Stop! I'm afraid you're really the 1,000 Demons Ridge's Virgin. The sect has raised and taught you for so many years. You can't do this. You're still so stubborn. How long would it take for him to wake up? I'm going to fire sect now. You're talking to me about gay principles? If you have the ability, you can stop me. The two figures quickly disappeared into the distance. The peace of the place was broken. After they left, a group of embarrassed figures emerged from the lake. They were the members of Team A3. Under the impact of their divine sense, except for the strongest King Gung Wu and Lu Yi, the rest fell into the water. It was only now that they regained their senses. They rushed out of the water and landed by the lakeside, coughing nonstop. Mu Zheng, who was the most meticulous, turned around and was shocked. Where's Captain and Lu Yi? There was no trace of them in the surroundings, but when they were underwater, they could clearly feel the movements of the experts fighting. When they looked at the floating boat, there was a pool of blood on the surface of the water. Captain, he wouldn't. Mu Zheng's eyes turned red. Kong Yuanqiao immediately stood up and was about to enter the water again. At this moment, with a splash, Hupa, who had returned to his true form, walked out of the lake with Lu Yi on his back and King Gung Wu in his mouth. Captain! A few people exclaimed and rushed forward to check the situation. After checking, they found that King Gung Wu was seriously injured and unconscious. Although Lu Yi was awake, he also looked injured. What should we do? Mu Zheng did not know what to do. She thought it was going to be an easy mission. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? 4 of the 6 people in the team died when the enemy turned hostile. It was embarrassing. Send a message back first. Kong Yuanqiao took out his guard token. It was not their fault that something like this happened. It was the fault of the person in charge of the intelligence department. In such a situation, they could only send a message quickly. The Grand Sky City would mobilize the nearby Divine Sea Realm experts to deal with this. But that would take time as well. Shrill screams and shouts came from not far away, accompanied by the aftermath of the fierce battle. It was obvious that Ning who was killing people. His identity was exposed and he could no longer stay in the war province. But before he left, he wanted to do something else. The reason why he did not kill the 6 members of the enforcement team was not because he was merciful, but because he was afraid of the Young Law Department. If he really killed all the members of the enforcement team here, even if he could escape back to the Myriad Devil Ridge, he would have to be on guard against the revenge of the Law Department. Once he was targeted by the Law Department, it would be difficult for him to have a good night's sleep. It's not a good place to stay. Let's go. Xiao Ruiyun's face was serious. Kong Yuan Xiao shook his head slowly. If we leave like this, we can't report back. Why can't we report back? The mission information was wrong. Isn't it our fault to stay here and wait for death? If we join forces with the people from the immortal Dawn Mountain, we might be able to take down Ning, who... A divine sea realm cultivator was indeed powerful, but Ning who was only a second-order divine sea realm cultivator. The few of them were true lake realm cultivators, and there were still true lake realm cultivators from the immortal Dawn Mountain. If they worked together, even if they could not take down Ning, who, they could at least stall him, but they would have to be prepared to die. I'm afraid it's too late now. Since Ning, who has already made his move, he will definitely target the true lake realm cultivators of the immortal Dawn Mountain first. He didn't kill us before because he was afraid of the Law Department. If we really join in, do you think he will go easy on us? He can even kill his own fellow sect members. What can't he do? But our Law Department is responsible for maintaining stability within the sect and eliminating traitors from the outside. How can we just sit back and do nothing when we encounter such a thing? The two of them quarreled fiercely for a while. If King Gung Wu was still awake, they would naturally listen to his orders. But King Gung Wu was in a coma, and the team was like a group of dragons without a leader. In the new month, he continued to ask for votes. Chapter 901. Junior Brother Lu, what do you think? Shangguan Qiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned to look at Lu Yi, who was adjusting his chaotic spirit qi. The A3 team, led by King Gung Wu, had their own strengths, and Shangguan Qiu's was good at observation. Just now, they had experienced a great change and were attacked by the divine sense of a spirit sea realm cultivator. Others might not have paid much attention to it, but Shangguan Qiu did not forget. Before Ning Ge could reveal her true cultivation, this able-bodied junior apprentice brother, who had been temporarily pulled in, had already slashed out with his blade. This undoubtedly meant that he was extremely sensitive to the impending crisis, which was why he was able to attack before Ning Ge. After all, Ning, who was a hidden spirit sea realm cultivator, such keen senses could be said to be terrifying. In this situation, it was not wrong to ask Lu Ye's opinion. You can't judge a book by its cover. Shangguan Qiu would never underestimate others just because of their low cultivation. Just as King Gung Wu said before, who didn't start from the first order true lake realm. What's the point of asking him? Xiao Ruiyun said impatiently, he's just a first order true lake realm cultivator. Maybe he hasn't even seen a real battlefield. In this situation, it's better to retreat quickly. Shangguan Qiu glanced at him. If Captain is awake, he probably won't make this choice. But Captain is already unconscious, and Captain will never joke about our lives. Amidst the noise, Lu Yi suddenly stood up with his long saber and took a few deep breaths. His chest and abdomen were aching, but other than that, he was fine. It didn't affect his strength at all. He waved his hand, and Hoopa immediately turned into the size of a cat and jumped onto his shoulder. Junior Brother Lu. Kong Yuan Qiao looked at him in shock, and the others also looked over. Lu Yi looked in the direction of the screams and fighting sounds and said slowly, "I don't know what you're going to do when you encounter this kind of situation, but I've suffered a loss, so I naturally have to pay for it. If the opportunity is right, I'll pay for it now immediately." Everyone was stunned. Naturally, they could see Lu Ye's intention to intervene in the affairs of the immortal Dawn Mountain. Even Kong Yuanqiao, who suggested joining forces with the True Lake realm cultivators of the immortal Dawn Mountain, couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know where Lu Yi got his courage from. If he went there, he would be facing a warrior at the Spirit Sea realm. A True Lake cultivator naturally had no chance of winning against a God Ocean cultivator. Just the suppression of spiritual will alone was enough to consign a True Lake cultivator to eternal damnation. But coincidentally, Lu Yi had a rare treasure that could be used to deal with divine sea realm warriors. Thanks to the past master, after the Battle of Lonely Mountain City, Lu Yi had asked Tianji to reward him with a huge amount of battle merits, which gave him enough capital to buy that rare treasure from the War Merit Pavilion. Originally, he just wanted to be safe so that he would be able to fight back when he encountered a warrior of the Spirit Sea realm again. He didn't expect that it would come in handy so soon. Moreover, Lu Yi had received help from many cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance that he didn't know, especially when his identity as a disciple of the Jade Blood Sect was exposed at the Spirit Stream battlefield. There were many cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance that he didn't know. That was why he was able to reach the top of the Golden Light and hold on until eldest senior sister and fourth senior brother arrived. After that, at the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield, he had also received help from some cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance that he didn't know. Perhaps some of them were from the immortal Dawn Mountain. Now that the immortal Dawn Mountain was about to be exterminated, it was fine if Lu Yi didn't have the ability to stop it. But since there was a chance, he had to try. "Kid, don't mess around. With your insignificant cultivation, you're just going to die," Xiao Ruiyun shouted. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear to him and strode forward. A figure flashed in front of him. Xiao Ruiyun stood in front of him and looked at him firmly. "We brought you out, so we have the responsibility to bring you back. Don't go any further." Seeing that Lu Yi didn't stop, Xiao Ruiyun gritted his teeth and raised his guard token, shouting, "I order you as the guard token of the military province. Now immediately go back." With that, he channeled power into the guard token in his hand. The guard token released a dense yellow light. Lu Yi looked at the guard token in his hand and muttered to himself in silence. Xiao Ruiyun said, "I don't care which pass you're from, but according to the military province's guard law, if there's an emergency, the one with the highest military rank has the right to command. Even if you're new to the province guard, you should have heard of this law." There was indeed such a rule in the guard law. Normally, the rank of the soldier was only the standard for the amount of salary a cultivator received each month. It also only had effect within the same pass. For example, if Lu Yi was in the Ash Flame Mountain Pass, then within this pass he could mobilize and command all the province guards with lower military ranks than him, no matter how high their cultivation was. Of course, right now, the Ash Flame Mountain Pass only had him in Thought Moon Immortal, so he couldn't command anyone else. Once he left the pass, his military rank might not necessarily be in charge. This was also a law set to prevent cultivators with high military ranks from abusing their power. However, in an emergency like the one before him, the military rank determined the size of the right to speak. Lu Yi didn't think of using his military rank to pressure others. His cultivation was right there. So what was the use of having a high military rank? It was better to not do things that were difficult to convince others. Moreover, he and the people of Team A3 had only met by chance and were pulled in to carry out the mission together. They didn't know each other that well, so he didn't want the others to help him and prepared to go alone, because he himself didn't know how useful that strange treasure would be. If it was really useful, perhaps it could resolve the danger of the immortal Dawn Mountain. If it was useless, then he would have to retreat. However, the other party held the guard token in front of him, so Lu Yi had no choice but to respond. He untied the guard token at his waist and waved it at Xiao Ruiyun. "I'm afraid you can't order me around." The sudden burst of purple light almost blinded Xiao Ruiyun's eyes. Kong Yuanqiao and the others also stared at Lu Ye's back in a daze, their hearts in turmoil. It wasn't until Lu Yi soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the immortal Dawn Mountain that Mu Zhang exclaimed, "Captain!" The few of them were all captains. It wasn't that their cultivation wasn't high enough, but that they didn't have enough battle merits. Only their captain, who had stayed in the true lake stage for a longer time, was given the rank of captain. However, their captain, King Gungwu, was in the true lake stage 9th order, while Lu Yi was only in the 1st order. Xiao Ruiyun originally wanted to use his military rank to order Lu Yi to retreat, but he didn't expect Lu Ye's military rank to be one level higher than his. How could he order him around? Lu Yi already gave him a lot of face by not ordering him to follow along. "Captain is awake." A low shout was heard. Everyone didn't have time to be shocked by Lu Ye's captain anymore and gathered around King Gungwu. At this time, the square of the immortal Dawn Mountain's main peak was covered in blood and corpses. Surprisingly, Ning Hu had already started his massacre. There were more than 20 true lake stage cultivators in the immortal Dawn Mountain. It could be said that their foundation was quite good, but most of them weren't in the sect. They were either working for the state guards or wandering outside for other reasons. There were only 7 true lake stage cultivators in the sect, including an Mo Feng and Ning Hu. At this moment, 3 of them were already dead. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The remaining few, including an Mo Feng, were all injured. Obviously, they had just fought a fierce battle with Ning Hu. When Lu Yi arrived, he saw many cultivators of the immortal Dawn Mountain looking at Ning Hu with anger and shock. Ning Hu was also carrying a young man who was only in the 3rd order Cloud River realm. The young man was about the same age as Lu Yi. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, his talent was obviously extraordinary. In a 4th grade sect like the immortal Dawn Mountain, he would definitely be the future mainstay of the sect. The impression that Ning Gu gave to everyone in the immortal Dawn Mountain was one of benevolence and warmth. The lake that he cultivated in seclusion was a place that anyone could enter. Many disciples would seek advice from him when they met with difficulties in cultivation. Thus, when he suddenly revealed a side that no one knew about, not only were the normal disciples unable to accept it, even the true lake stage elders were unable to accept it. The contrast was too big. However, there were at least a few dozen corpses all over the square. It was clear that Ning Hu was a spy of the 10,000 Demon Ridge. When Lu Yi hurried over, Ning Gu turned to look at him. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. Everything was afraid of comparison. The young man in his hand was about the same age as the young man from the law department, but their cultivation and temperament were completely different. Why couldn't the immortal Dawn Mountain cultivate such an outstanding disciple when others had one? However, his goal wasn't Lu Yi, so he didn't pay much attention to him after a glance. A 1st order true lake stage cultivator couldn't change the current situation. At the same time, Lu Yi also had doubts in his heart. Why didn't Ning Hu escape? His identity had been exposed and he had admitted it. Logically speaking, he could have escaped quickly. Otherwise, once the law department mobilized the nearby Spirit C-stage cultivators, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Not only did he not escape, but he also came here to start a massacre? What was his intention? If it was as he said, it would take him a lot of time to destroy the immortal Dawn Mountain by himself. Even if he could do it. As his thoughts raced, Lu Yi noticed something. Ning, who didn't want to leave here alive. Even if he escaped, he wouldn't be able to escape the sphere of influence of the War Province's Grand Heaven Alliance. As for his real purpose, Lu Yi didn't know. A young man who was sent here by the 10,000 Demon Ridge and hid for nearly 100 years had his roots in the 10,000 Demon Ridge. But his cultivation was all in the immortal Dawn Mountain. Whether he was from the 10,000 Demon Ridge or the Grand Heaven Alliance, who could say for sure? At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. Lu Yi turned around and saw King Gungwu and the others from the A3 squad rushing over. Seeing that Lu Yi was unharmed, King Gungwu let out a long sigh of relief. The other members didn't know Lu Yi's background. They only thought that he was a man that King Gungwu randomly picked on the street. Although King Gungwu wasn't too sure, he was still the person chosen by the Division Lord. If anything happened to him, it would be difficult to explain to the Division Lord. Chapter 902. Seeing that Lu Yi was unharmed, King Gungwu heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder he was chosen by the sect leader. In such a situation, he actually dared to come here alone. Not to mention other things. Just this courage alone was enough to surpass the other members of his team. Senior Gung, Lu Yi called out softly. King Gungwu nodded. He looked at the situation and frowned. He had the same question as Lu Yi. Why didn't Ninggu escape? Before he could figure it out, he heard Ninggu yelling, Senior Gung, can't you see through the situation? Blood flowed from the corner of Enmofeng's mouth. He covered his chest with his hand and said, No matter what, let Ziyin go first. You watched him grow up. The young cultivator called Ziyin, who was being held in Ninggu's hand, said with difficulty, Grand Elder, please spare my life. Ninggu shook his head slowly and looked at Enmofeng bitterly. Senior Gung, you disappoint me. Our talents were similar in the past, but now I'm at the Divine Ocean level. What about you? You're still stuck at the True Lake level. You used more cultivation resources in the sect, but now I'm at a higher level. Do you know why? Enmofeng sighed. The old sect leader once said that in terms of talent, you're better than me. Bullshit. Ninggu shouted angrily. That old thing's eyesight is bad. He can't even see that I'm a spy from the Myriad Demon's Ridge. What else can he see? Today, I'll tell you why I can reach the Divine Ocean level, but you can't. As he spoke, he took a step forward. It's because you've always placed your hopes on others. You've never thought of fighting for yourself. Generation after generation, you've always been able to reach the Divine Ocean level. You made the leading immortal Changshan Pu rise to the ranks of the 3rd rank. You are one. Your teeth are overboard. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Don't forget that you're the sect leader of the immortal Dawn Mountain. Enmofeng was slightly dazed by Ninggu's loud roar. He thought back to the past few decades and realized that what Ninggu said was true. After realizing that he wouldn't be able to step into the Divine Sea Realm for a long time, he had placed all his hopes on the disciples below him, losing all will to struggle and strive. Ning, who continued, In the last generation, you placed all your hopes on that little brat, surnamed Zhong. But in the end, he died just after breaking through to the Cloud River realm. In this generation, you have placed all your hopes on Ziyin. His luck is better than that little brat, surnamed Jones, and he is now a 3rd-order Cloud River realm cultivator. But how can you guarantee that he won't die prematurely? So what if he managed to cultivate all the way to the true Lake 9th Order? Can you guarantee that he can ascend to the Divine Sea? I can do it, Great Elder. The young man called Ziyin shouted. I can definitely do it. No one can be certain about the future. He tightened his grip, and Ziyin couldn't make a sound. He looked up at Enmofeng and said, Senior brother, you have the potential to reach the Divine Sea Realm. It's just that your temperament and spirit have been destroyed. Enmofeng sighed. What's the point of saying all this now? Of course. Ning, who suddenly laughed. Enmofeng suddenly realized that something was wrong and asked in surprise, What are you going to do? Cut off the expectations and thoughts in your heart. You can only rely on yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning, who tightened his grip, and with a cracking sound, Ziyan's neck was crushed. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Although Ning, who had gone on a killing spree and killed dozens of people, No one had expected that he would really kill Ziyan, because in the past the relationship between the grandfather and grandson was very good. Ziyan could be said to have watched Ning, who grew up and taught him. Ning, who could be considered half his master. Even so, Ning, who had killed Ziyan without hesitation. His ruthlessness was shocking. Ning, who threw Ziyan's body aside like a rag and shouted, "Senior brother, whether you can protect the immortal Dawn Mountain or not depends on yourself. You have to hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the place where the crowd was the densest. How could the immortal Dawn Mountain disciples resist when a spirit sea realm cultivator attacked so unscrupulously? In an instant, many of them died. "Stop!" A few injured elders beside Mofing were furious. They no longer cared about the difference in strength between them and rushed towards Ning, who to stop him. And Mofing himself seemed to be dumbfounded. He stood there with his eyes filled with confusion and confusion. "Stop him!" On the other side, almost as soon as Ning, who attacked, King Gangwu ordered and rushed out. The rest of the team followed closely behind and joined the battle. In an instant, a great battle broke out and spirit energy surged, including the True Lake Realm Elders and the members of Team A3. There were 8 True Lake Realm cultivators present. King Gangwu was a True Lake Realm 9th Order cultivator. With such a lineup, they could barely fight against Ning Hu, but they were still not his match. The gap of a great realm was extremely terrifying. So, even though Lu Ye's team had the advantage in numbers, they were still at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the members of Team A3 cooperated well, so there were no casualties, especially King Gangwu, who was the strongest among them. He used all his strength and restrained 30% of Ning, whose energy by himself. Lu Yi did not have the tacit understanding of Team A3, so he tried his best not to disrupt their cooperation. In addition, his cultivation was the lowest, so he had been wandering around since the beginning of the battle. It was not that he cherished his life, but he was waiting for an opportunity to use the treasure in his hand. Ning, who did not use his divine sense. It was not that he could not, but even as a spirit sea realm cultivator, using his divine sense consumed a lot of spirit energy. Especially since he was only a 2nd order spirit sea realm cultivator, he naturally would not rashly use his trump card. This gave the others a chance to entangle him, but the battle could not continue like this. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the 2 True Lake Realm Elders of Immortal Dawn Mountain had fallen to the ground one after another. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. On Team A3's side, King Gangwu was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Kong was suffering from the backlash of his technique, so the spirit energy in his body was in chaos. It was difficult for him to do anything. Mu Zhang, the female cultivator, was even worse. Besides Lu Yi, her cultivation was the lowest in the team. Just now, she was caught off guard and was punched in the stomach by Ning Hu. She was sent flying 20 feet away. At this moment, she was leaning against a wall and constantly coughing up blood. Obviously, she did not have any energy left to fight. On the contrary, Lu Yi, who had the lowest cultivation, was in the best condition. First, he had been wandering around the periphery, not giving Ning Hu a chance to seriously injure him. Second, with the help of Returning Moon and the defensive Spirit Rune, he could at least protect himself from the aftermath of the battle. The opportunity he had been waiting for did not come, but his team was about to collapse first. Once King Gangwu and the others were seriously injured and unable to fight back, everyone could only wait for death. "Captain, if the people from the Law Division don't come, I'm afraid I'll have to go first." Xiao Ruiyun roared as he struggled to defend against Ning, whose frenzied attacks. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from his arm. It was his arm bone that was broken. Although he had advocated for an immediate retreat and even used the guard token to stop Lu Yi when he moved, he did not hesitate to use the guard token. However, when it came to the real battle, he was not careless at all. There were a few times when he blocked the aftermath of Lu Ye's attacks. Hold on a little longer, they are on their way. King Gang-woo replied. As if King Gang-woo's words made Ning Hu feel a sense of danger, he frowned and no longer wanted to continue the battle. In the next moment, his divine sense surged and turned into an invisible force that blasted towards King Gang-woo. At the moment when he used his divine sense to attack, Lu Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, also activated his divine sense at the same time. An almost transparent small sword without a handle shot out from his hand. Deity Vanquishing Sword. This was a rare treasure that cost Lu Yi 26,000 battle points. It was the reason why he dared to fight against Ning Hu. The Deity Vanquishing Sword was meant to vanquish one's divine sense. He did not know how powerful this rare treasure was. In addition, there was a huge gap between his cultivation level and Ning Hu's. Therefore, he did not dare to use it recklessly and had been waiting. He was waiting for the moment when Ning Hu activated his divine sense. The Deity Vanquishing Sword turned into a sharp ray of light and arrived in front of Ning Hu in an instant, breaking his divine sense attack. Ning Hu could not help but let out a muffled groan. This was the danger of a battle between divine sense cultivators. Although divine sense cultivators were born in the divine sea realm, they would not activate their divine sense attacks easily because it would give their enemies an opportunity to attack. Ning, who did not expect that the weakest cultivator present would have a way to deal with him. In a moment of carelessness, his divine sense was broken and he felt a sharp pain in his head. Originally, his divine sense attack was aimed at King Gang-woo. If he had used it fully, King Gang-woo would have been stunned and his life would be in danger. However, after his divine sense was broken, King Gang-woo only felt a slight dizziness in his head and then he was fine. On the other hand, Ning, who endured the pain of his divine sense being broken and raised his hand to catch the Deity Vanquishing Sword. Seeing this, Lu Ye's heart sank. This was the weapon he relied on to deal with divine sea realm cultivators. He had spent 26,000 battle points to exchange for this rare treasure from the War Merit Pavilion. He had high hopes for it, but it turned out like this. Just when he thought that the Deity Vanquishing Sword did not live up to its name, the rare treasure that he caught suddenly slashed out a small ray of sword light. The ray of sword light cut into Ning Hu's forehead, but it did not cause any harm to him. Instead, it disappeared the moment it came into contact with him. However, Ning Hu felt as if he was hit by a hammer. His head jerked back and his body staggered backward. He could not help but let go of the Deity Vanquishing Sword. At the same time, he let go of the Deity Vanquishing Sword and let out a miserable scream. The sudden change of events confused everyone. However, they knew that it must be the work of Lu Ye's rare treasure. King Gang-woo was extremely good at grasping opportunities. Almost at the same time Ning Hu retreated, King Gang-woo rushed forward and punched out with both of his fists. There was a loud boom. Ning Hu's skinny body flew out and he spat out blood in the air. Rays of sword light chased after Ning Hu. It was Kong Yuanxiao's flying sword. Lu Yi also raised his saber and stabbed out with the Starry Sky sword. Brother Shen Zhongqing walked on the road. When he met someone he knew, he would greet them or nod his head. But no matter who it was, everyone's face was expressionless. It was as if they were indifferent to everything. To this, Xin Zhongqing was already used to it. This was the Demon Suppression Department, an organization that maintained the stability of the Great Qin Empire. Their main job was to kill demons and monsters. Of course, they also had other side jobs. It could be said that, in the Demon Suppression Department, everyone's hands were stained with blood. When a person was used to life and death, they would become indifferent to many things. When Shen Zhongqing first came to this world, he was not used to it. But as time passed, he got used to it. The Demon Suppression Department was huge. Those who could stay in the Demon Suppression Department were all powerful experts or people who had the potential to become experts. Shen Zhongqing belonged to the latter. The Demon Suppression Department was divided into two professions. One was the guardian, and the other was the demon slayer. Anyone who entered the demon suppression department would start from the lowest level, the demon slayer. Then they would advance step by step until they finally had a chance to become a guardian. Shen Zhangqing's previous life was a demon slayer trainee in the demon suppression department. He was also the lowest level demon slayer trainee. He had the memories of his previous life. He was also very familiar with the environment of the demon suppression department. It did not take long for Shen Zhangqing to stop in front of a loft. Unlike the other places in the demon suppression department that were filled with killing intent, this loft was like a crane in a flock of chickens. In the demon suppression department that was filled with blood, it presented a different kind of tranquility. At this moment, the loft's door was open. Occasionally, people would enter and leave. Shen Zhangqing only hesitated for a moment before stepping in. He entered the loft. The environment suddenly changed. A faint smell of ink, mixed with the faint smell of blood, wafted over. His brows instinctively furrowed, but they quickly smoothed out. The smell of blood on everyone in the demon suppression department was almost impossible to clean. Chapter 903. When the attack stopped, Ninghu's hair was disheveled and his body was like a broken sieve, bleeding profusely. He was caught off guard by the attack of the rare treasure, which caused him to suffer greatly. However, he was still alive. Not only that, but the pain in his soul made his counterattack even more violent. If Ning, who was crazy before, he still had his own thoughts. Now he was like a madman. Fortunately, his soul was damaged and his mind was in a mess. Therefore, although his attacks were fierce, they did not have a clear goal. King Gangwu was scared out of his wits as he fought with Ning, who, even Kan Yuanxiao's flying sword was not enough to support Ning Hu. Ning, who had lost his biggest advantage in the spirit sea realm after his spiritual will was broken. However, his cultivation of spiritual power was still there. It was not easy to defeat someone like him. Senior Brother Gung, dodge! Lu Yi roared, and something appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and threw it at Ning Hu. King Gung Wu reacted quickly. Although it was the first time he worked with Lu Yi to kill an enemy, he had great trust in Lu Yi. Almost as soon as Lu Yi opened his mouth, King Gung Wu retreated. Boom! A loud sound was heard. In the midst of the flames, the impact of the explosion and the scorching heat wave drowned Ning Hu. King Gung Wu, who had retreated not far away, saw this scene and his eyelids twitched. He was glad that he dodged quickly. If he was a little slower, he would have been engulfed. Although this kind of power would not kill him, it was enough to make him lose face. What is this? When King Gung Wu turned his head to look, he saw Lu Ye's hands clasping onto another item that exploded just now. King Gung Wu was at a loss as he realized that those items were just spirit stones, the fire spirit stones of the 5 elemental spirit stones. Bao King Gung Wu knew that the fire attribute spiritual energy within the fire spirit stone was violent and unstable. Therefore, he had to be careful when handling the fire spirit stone, because the fire attribute spiritual energy within it could dissipate if it were to be touched. He had never heard of this kind of thing exploding. Moreover, its power was not bad. It was almost equivalent to the full strength attack of a true lake realm cultivator. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Yi kept throwing out the fire stones, which were branded with explosive inscriptions, one after another, turning them into balls of scorching flames that wrapped around Ning Hu's body. Normally, such an attack would not work, because a warrior at the spirit sea realm would not stand there and take his attack like a fool. But Ning Hu's divine will was broken, and his head was hurting. His mind was in a mess, and he could only rely on his instincts. There was no way he could avoid such an attack. Fire spiritual stone and explosion spiritual tattoo were the means of fighting against the enemy. Some killing weapons found by Lu Yi in the underground karst cave should be refined by the fire spirit clan. Although the patterns on them were not exactly the same as the explosion spiritual tattoo, it was enough to inspire a real spiritual tattooist. This was the first time Lu Yi had used such a method against an enemy, and it was against a spirit sea realm warrior. The effect was surprisingly good. The sound of explosions rang out continuously. Kong Huang thought that these things had been specially refined, but in reality, Lu Yi had only imprinted explosive spirit patterns on the fire spirit stones the moment he took them out and then tossed them out. While taking out the fire spirit rock, Lu Yi secretly activated his divine sense to check Ning, whose condition. He was startled. Ning, who still had some vitality in him. He wasn't dead yet. Lu Yi could not help but exclaim that Ning, who was a spirit sea realm warrior after all. As Ji Hao prepared to keep attacking like this to wear Ning Hu to death, Ning Hu suddenly pounced on Ji Hao from the raging fire. At this moment, Ning Gu could only follow his instinct. Killing Lu Yi was his instinct to protect himself. The only thought he had left was that if he didn't kill Lu Yi, he would die soon. Oh no! King Gung Wu thought that the battle was over. Seeing Ning Hu's actions, he was shocked and wanted to stop him. 6 Origin Spirit Lock! Lu Yi roared. Ning Hu's divine will had been broken, and he could not use his divine will to attack like before. Therefore, as long as he could take him down with the 6 Origin Spirit Lock, he would be able to win. But before that, he had to think of a way to stay alive in front of the furious Ning Hu. He continued to throw out the fire spirit rock. Along with the powerful impact, it still could not stop a spirit sea realm warrior. King Gung Wu blocked Lu Ye's path and delayed him for a while. Lu Yi quickly took out formation flags and threw them in all directions. At the same time, he activated his spiritual energy to connect the formation flags, and a core spiritual inscription appeared on them. King Gung Wu was sent flying. Ning Hu pounced on Lu Yi like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Before he arrived, he had already clawed at Lu Yi. As Lu Yi slashed forward with his saber, he borrowed the force of the attack to retreat. Ning Hu landed on the ground. However, before he could launch a second attack, Lu Yi had already activated the power of the formation. Suddenly, a visible light curtain rose and turned into a transparent semicircle, trapping Ning Hu inside. Ning Hu pounced, but was stopped by the light curtain. He was so angry that he roared like an injured beast. His frenzied attacks made the light curtain of the trapping formation dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. The great saint of human Tao, domain named such a trapping formation, could only trap him for a second. Many figures landed in all directions. They were the members of the A3 team. It was the same as when they first saw Ning Hu on the lake. Everyone was injured, and a few of them had lost the ability to fight. However, they had no problem using their 6 Origins Spirit Lock. Almost at the moment when Lu Ye's trapping formation was broken, the 6 Origins Spirit Lock came into effect. In an instant, Lu Ye's spiritual energy was sealed. Ning Hu, who had finally reached Lu Yi, was kicked back. With his divine will broken and his spiritual energy sealed, Ning Hu's physical body, which had been cultivating for his whole life, was limited. Naturally, he could not block Lu Ye's kick. Just as he flew into the air, 2 dragon binding ropes were released. When he landed, he was tied up like a dumpling. Saber! King Gung Wu stretched out his hand to Lu Yi. Lu Yi understood tacitly and tossed his magic tool long saber over. King Gung Wu strode forward and arrived in front of Ning Hu in a flash. He stabbed his Dharma weapon into Ning Hu's heart. The original mission for this trip was to bring Ning Hu back to Grand Sky City alive, but many unforeseen events had occurred, and the target of the mission had changed from a true lake realm 9th order to a 2nd order divine sea realm. Naturally, they couldn't leave him alive. Who knew what would happen next? If Ning Hu managed to break free again, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Facing such a situation, they could only kill him to prevent future troubles. As the long saber pierced through his body, Ning Hu was struggling madly felt as if he was struck by a lightning talisman. He instinctively smashed his head into King Gung Wu's head. King Gung Wu staggered back and pulled out his Dharma weapon. Blood gushed out from Ning Hu's heart like a fountain. Maybe it was the final radiance of the setting sun, Or maybe it was the headbutt that gave him a brief moment of clarity. He raised his eyes and looked at an Mo Fong, who had been standing there since the beginning of the battle as if he had lost his mind. A look of disappointment flashed across his cloudy eyes. He slowly turned his head and took one last look at the scenery that had accompanied him for decades. He sighed. The foundation of our ancestors for hundreds of years is going to be ruined in the end. Then he looked at Lu Yi and nodded slightly. You're good. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell on his back and died. The whole place was silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Captain, is he dead? After a long time, Xiao Ruiyun asked with a pale face. His spiritual energy was in a mess, and he could barely maintain his 6 origin spirit lock. King Gangwu turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He's not dead. Xiao Ruiyun's face turned bitter. Captain, I'm not asking you. I'm asking if he's dead. King Gangwu glared at him. My saber pierced his heart. Do you think he's dead or not? He casually threw the blood-stained saber back to Lu Yi. Hearing him say that, the members of the team suddenly relaxed. They were all exhausted and sat on the ground. King Gangwu looked at Lu Yi. Are you okay? Lu Yi shook off the blood on his saber and sheathed it. He slowly shook his head. I'll be on guard. Everyone, heal yourselves. Among the people present, he was the one with the lightest injuries. It was his duty to be on guard. Thank you. The injuries of the A3 team varied. Fortunately, no one died. However, the immortal Dawn Mountain suffered a great loss this time. Not to mention the fact that the great elder, Ning Hu, was a spy from the Myriad Devil Ridge. Even the few true Lake Stage elders who stayed behind died in the battle. As for the other disciples who were killed by Ning Hu, there were at least a dozen of them. Although this was not enough to cause serious damage to a rank 4 sect, it was still a great loss. The few true Lake Stage elders who were still alive all sent people to comfort the disciples. They also organized people to treat the injured and clean up the battlefield. They were extremely busy. At this moment, the sect leader of the immortal Dawn Mountain, and Mofeng, suddenly staggered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on his back. Sect leader, a true Lake Stage elder, turned pale with fright and went forward to investigate. Once again, it was chaos. Suddenly, there was a clear sound of a sword. Then, a ray of sword light landed on the battlefield. The sword light disappeared, revealing a short old man. He was emitting a powerful aura. It was obvious that he was a divine C-stage cultivator. The divine C-stage cultivators from the law department had arrived, but they seemed to be a little late. What's going on? The short old man turned his head and looked around. He was confused for a moment. After receiving the news, he rushed here. He thought that he would definitely see a one-sided massacre here, or that the spy from Myriad Demon's Ridge had already escaped. But now, it seemed that the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. A shocking battle had taken place here, and there were traces of spiritual energy explosions everywhere. Many people had died, especially the skinny figure with a knife wound on his chest. He took 2 steps forward to take a look. The short old man was shocked. Ning Hu! It was the spy from the Myriad Devil Ridge who had reached the Divine Sea stage. The great sage of human Tao, but he was dead. Chapter 904. As the leader of the enforcement team, King Gangwu didn't have time to rest when he saw the old sword cultivator. He quickly got up and reported the matter. The short old man was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that these people would be able to kill a second-order divine sea realm cultivator. Even though he couldn't believe it, the truth was right in front of him. However, there were still many doubts about today's matter. The short old man thought for a moment, then clapped his hands and tapped on his battlefield mark to send a message. At the same time, thousands of miles away, a ray of light shot towards the immortal Dawn Mountain like a rainbow. Its speed was as fast as lightning. The figure wrapped in the stream of light was the law department head, Gan Wu Dang. At this moment, Gan Wudang no longer had his usual frivolous look. His face was solemn. Who would have thought that the great elder of the immortal Dawn Mountain, Ning Hu, was not only a spy of the myriad demons' ridge, but also a second-order divine sea realm cultivator? He had never been exposed for so many years. Plus, he had been living in seclusion for so many years. Not many people had even seen him, which led to such a serious error in the intelligence report. When Gan Wudang received the news, he immediately had a thought in his mind. He was finished. This time, it wasn't just Nian Yuxian who was going to break his skull. Even Shui Yuan was going to come too. How could he be a spirit sea realm cultivator? He quickly mobilized the nearby spirit sea realm cultivators to support him. At the same time, he left Grand Sky City and rushed towards the immortal Dawn Mountain. After so many years as the law department head, this was the first time he left Grand Sky City because there was nothing that required him to do personally. But this time it was different. Liu Ye was in the A3 team. If something happened to him, Gan Wudang would have a hard time in the future. However, Grand Sky City was far from the immortal Dawn Mountain Road. Even if he was a spirit sea realm cultivator, he couldn't rush there immediately even if he pushed his speed to the limit. He could only pray in his heart that nothing happened to Liu Ye. Halfway through his flight, he suddenly received a message. Gan Wudang quickly checked it. His heart was in his throat, afraid that he would see something he didn't want to see. But after a moment, his body suddenly stopped in midair. His expression became strange as he quickly sent a message back. "Are you sure Ning Hu was killed?" This old man saw it with his own eyes. Ning Hu's vitality dissipated. The old sword cultivator replied, but what puzzled him was that Ning Hu seemed to have been burned by a fire before he died. All the hair on his body was gone, and even the skin that was exposed to the air was charred. Then he reported everything he knew to Qian Wudong. He then added, "There are 3 suspicious points about this matter. First, Ning Hu's identity was exposed. Why didn't he escape? Instead, he went on a killing spree in the immortal Dawn Mountain. Logically speaking, since Ning Meng's identity was exposed, the first thing she should do was to escape. As for whether she could escape or not, it would depend on her own luck. But not only did he not escape, he even started a massacre of the immortal Dawn Mountain disciples. Secondly, during the battle, and Mofing didn't interfere. He just stood in place, as if he cherished the brotherhood of the past. Rare treasure? Yes. I don't know what kind of treasure it is. After all, I didn't see it with my own eyes. But according to King Gengwu's description, it's a finger-long hiltless sword. I suspect it's the legendary deity vanquishing sword. Deity vanquishing sword. Qian Wudong's face turned serious. It hasn't appeared in the world for decades. The last time it appeared, it was in the hands of that person. After that person died, it disappeared without a trace. Liu Ye and that person came from the same sect. It's not strange for him to have it. I think Tang Yifeng gave it to him to protect himself. Well, if this kid really has the deity vanquishing sword, then it makes sense. Let's not talk about this. What do you think of the other 2 things? The short old man pondered for a while and replied, "According to my understanding of Ning Hu, he did this to put pressure on Mofing. He wanted to force him to reach the divine sea level. After his identity was exposed, he didn't immediately run away. Instead, he slaughtered the disciples of immortal Dawn Mountain. As Mofing saw this, his mind must have been shaken, and his divine soul must have been shaken. Perhaps he might have found a lucky chance to reach the divine sea realm. That's reasonable. That's why Mofing didn't do anything since the beginning of the battle. He must have felt the opportunity to reach the divine sea level. But judging from the result, he probably failed. If that's the case, Ning Hu really put in a lot of effort. After all, he was sent here by the Devil Ridge when he was very young. Although he has the foundation of the Devil Ridge, He grew up in the immortal Dawn Mountain. He spent almost his entire life in the immortal Dawn Mountain. Humans are not plants. Humph, if he really had feelings for her, why would he massacre his disciples? I think the most important thing is that he knew he couldn't escape. That's why he made such a choice. You stay there and take care of things. You can leave after you've dealt with the things over there. Yes. After ending the communication with the old man, Qian Wudong looked in the direction of the immortal Dawn Mountain. He exhaled heavily and said to himself, "The deity vanquishing sword has appeared. What about the soul-severing sword?" Back then, this sword and saber had left an indelible psychological shadow on many divine sea-level cultivators in the Devil Ridge. Qian Wudong shook his head and turned back. In the immortal Dawn Mountain, the disciples suppressed their grief. Under the command of the True Lake Realm Elders, they cleaned up the battlefield and cleaned up the corpses of their fellow disciples. Lu Yi and the others were also sent to a spirit mountain to recuperate. The old man didn't leave. Instead, he stayed. King Gang Wu couldn't help but feel strange. Logically speaking, there was no reason for First Effect Kei Yicheo to stay and look after them when he saw them leave without a trace. Moreover, the matter here was basically settled. All that was left was for them to recuperate and report back to Grand Sky City. However, if the old man wanted to stay, King Gangwu couldn't say anything. Moreover, this was the territory of the immortal Dawn Mountain. Among the group, Lu Ye's injuries were the lightest. Coupled with his strong body and vigorous vitality, he recovered the fastest. It only took him a day to recover. On the Spirit Mountain, in the pavilion outside the courtyard, Lu Yi took out the deity vanquishing sword and examined it. This worldly treasure played a miraculous role in the battle against Ning Hu. If it wasn't for its sudden burst of power, he wouldn't have been able to break through Ning Hu's divine sense. Even though he also had a soul and spiritual will, he was different from the normal spirit sea realm cultivators. He had taken an unorthodox path. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't dare to use his divine sense to fight against a divine sea realm cultivator. This was also the reason why he didn't use his divine sense in the previous battle. It wasn't because he wanted to hide it, but because he had scruples. After the deity vanquishing sword's power was activated, it seemed to have undergone some changes. On the surface, it still looked like a transparent, colorless sword that was only the length of a finger. However, the deity vanquishing sword had a little spiritual light flowing within it. Now it was gone. The spiritual light had been activated by the deity vanquishing sword and blasted into Ning, whose divine sea. Although Lu Yi knew that worldly treasures were mostly one-time use items, he still felt that it was a pity. After all, it cost him 26,000 battle points to exchange for it from the War Merit Pavilion. He didn't know if the gains from this trip could make up for his loss. I think it should be enough, right? Suddenly, a shadow fell in front of him. Lu Yi was shocked. He instinctively leaped back and drew his sword. When he looked again, he saw that it was the old sword cultivator. He was standing in the same spot and looking at him with a smile. "Don't be nervous, kid. I mean you no harm. I have some history with your sect master." Lu Yi said cautiously, "Senior, are you talking about a friendship or a grudge?" The old sword cultivator laughed. "It seems like you know your sect master well." Lu Yi said nothing. This old man seemed to have many friends, but he also had many enemies. He had to be on his guard. It doesn't matter if it's a friendship or a grudge. However, the matters of the older generation should be dealt with by the older generation. It has nothing to do with the younger generation. The old sword cultivator didn't give a clear answer. Lu Yi understood. Even if this old man had some history with the sect master, they probably didn't get along well. As for what he said about the matters of the older generation being dealt with by the older generation, he might be such a person, but others might not be. Lu Yi didn't forget that when he was rushing to Grand Heaven City from the Blue Blood sect, he encountered many things along the way. If it weren't for his second senior apprentice, sister, secretly protecting him, he probably wouldn't have been able to issue orders within the time limit. If he couldn't issue orders, then it would be Wei Lu Mountain. Obviously, it was an expert who had a grudge against the Blue Blood sect. Lu Yi still didn't know who was behind the scenes. Perhaps he would never know. "Can you let this old man see the thing in your hand?" the old sword cultivator asked. Lu Yi naturally didn't want to, but the difference in cultivation base was obvious. He couldn't win against the old man, so he threw the deity vanquishing sword over. He said casually, "This thing has lost its power and is useless. It's just that its quality is a little special. It was quite good to use as an imperial tool. It really is the deity vanquishing sword." The old man's words startled Lu Yi. "Senior, you recognize this thing?" It didn't make sense. This thing was exchanged in the War Merit Pavilion. He went to the Tianji treasure vault to look for it, but he didn't find the deity vanquishing sword. How did this old man know about a treasure unique to the War Merit Pavilion? "I recognize it," the old man nodded, "but I haven't seen it for decades. When Tang Yifeng passed this thing to you, didn't he tell you how to use it? What does it have to do with the sect master?" Lu Yi was suspicious and slowly shook his head. "This old?" The old man laughed and threw the deity vanquishing sword back to Lu Yi. "Although I don't know the mystery of this thing, it's not a one-time treasure. It can be used many times. Decades ago, it was a treasure in the hands of your eldest senior apprentice brother. It was a killing weapon that made the divine sea realm in myriad demons ridge tremble in fear. Now that it's in your hands, I hope you won't bury its reputation." Chapter 905. The old sword cultivator had already left. The reason why he showed up was probably because he wanted to see the deity vanquishing sword with his own eyes. However, Lu Yi could not calm down for a long time. Compared to what the old man said about the deity vanquishing sword not being a one-time use rare treasure, Lu Yi was more concerned about the fact that he mentioned his eldest senior brother. Lu Yi actually didn't know much about the eldest senior brother that he had never met, but he knew that his eldest senior brother was truly a stunning talent, a peerless figure that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Back then, the Jade Blood sect rose because of him, but also fell because of him. The poison left behind decades ago still lingered. His eldest senior brother once had the deity vanquishing sword. In other words, the person who entered the War Merit Pavilion before him was indeed his eldest senior brother. Lu Yi actually had some guesses about this because when he first entered the War Merit Pavilion, the two dragons had said that no one had entered the War Merit Pavilion for decades. Who could be more amazing than his eldest senior brother a few decades ago? Other than him, who else was qualified to enter the War Merit Pavilion? A few decades ago, the deity vanquishing sword was in his eldest senior brother's hands. A few decades later, this item was in his hands. That was why the old sword cultivator had the illusion that this item belonged to the Jade Blood sect. A few thousand years after his eldest senior brother's death, the sect master passed it to him. Naturally, Lu Yi wouldn't try to explain the misunderstanding that had arisen. But this item was not a one-time use rare treasure. What did it mean? The spiritual light within the deity vanquishing sword had been activated. Now, the deity vanquishing sword was indeed made of a special material. Lu Yi originally intended to use it as a royal equipment. However, the old sword cultivator's words made Lu Yi think of a possibility. Since he was in another sect, it was inconvenient for him to verify it, so he put this item aside for now. King Gangwu and the others would probably need to rest for a few more days. The current environment was not suitable for cultivation, and it was not convenient for him to activate the talent tree to devour the fire spirit right. Lu Yi simply closed his eyes and focused, imprinting the soaring dragon's origin. He searched for the brightest light in the endless sea of stars and followed the peak powerhouses of the soaring dragon realm to experience their magnificent lives. For some reason, When Lu Yi imprinted the soaring dragon's origin this time, he felt a little different from before. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what was different about it. But soon, a huge surprise fell on his head. Because this time the imprinted target, tears streamed down Lu Ye's face. It wasn't easy. Since he had obtained the dragon's soaring realm's broken source, he had the ability to imprint. Up until now, he had imprinted at least 80, if not 100, essences of powerful cultivators from various factions. There were even quite a few sword cultivators. This was because it was very easy for sword cultivators to appear among them. This caused the essences left behind by those sword cultivators to be even brighter, making it easier for Lu Yi to choose. After imprinting so many essences and witnessing the cultivation of so many experts from so many different factions and eras, Lu Yi now had expertise in every faction. When he transformed into Fierce Bull and cast spells, even Endless Shadow, who had spent a lot of time with him, couldn't see any flaws. Back when Pan Shandao was upgraded, he used his long spear to fight against Feng Ruli. Feng Ruli was beaten to the point of doubting his life. However, he had not met a single weapon cultivator who used sabers. This had become an obsession in Lu Ye's heart. Finally, today the bitterness was over and the sweetness was about to come. He quickly immersed his mind and followed this saber-wielding weapon cultivator as he cultivated and grew. Time passed. When Lu Yi opened his eyes, they shone brightly. Obviously, he had gained a lot. This time, the target he chose to imprint was also at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm. His life's cultivation was a rare treasure for Lu Yi. The only imperfection was that this expert's path was somewhat different from Lu Ye's. Lu Ye's personality was more compatible with the tyrannical and violent saber techniques of the tyrant saber technique. The saber of this expert from the soaring dragon realm was more agile. However, the stone of another mountain could be used to polish the jade. Cultivating until now, Lu Yi had his own perseverance and style. Naturally, he would not be easily influenced by others. Learning from other people's cultivation experience and strengthening his own foundation was the way to go. How long has it been? Lu Yi asked. Every time he imprinted the dragon's soaring realm's essences, he would record the time. Because as his cultivation improved and his spirit grew stronger, the time it took to imprint was also slowly decreasing. At first, it took Lu Yi 2 or 3 days to imprint the essences, but last time it only took less than a day. This was growth. 4 hours, Yi, who was hiding in Hupo's body, quietly replied. Lu Yi was slightly surprised and then overjoyed. So, this was what he felt strange about. He had a strange feeling just now. He felt that the dragon soaring realm's essences today was a little different from before, but he could not pinpoint the specific difference. It was only now that he was sure of one thing. The time it took for him to imprint the essences was greatly reduced. This should not be just because he had advanced to the True Lake realm. The most important reason was that he had developed spiritual sense. Imprinting the essences consumed the power of his spirit. Now that he had developed a soul body and developed spiritual sense, the efficiency was naturally greatly increased. Perhaps one day he could reach the level where he could imprint the essences left behind by those experts in his heart with just a thought. When that time came, he could imprint the dragon soaring realm's essences any time, anywhere, and quickly absorb its nutrients. He could gather the strengths of hundreds of schools and eliminate the impurities. Imprinting the many insights of that expert in saber techniques churned in his heart. Lu Yi stood up and landed in the air. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and danced as he wished. In an instant, spiritual energy surged and saber light flashed. This time's imprinting allowed him to make a huge breakthrough in his saber techniques. Although his cultivation did not increase at all, his means of dealing with enemies had greatly improved. Suddenly, Lu Ye's figure froze and his long saber slashed forward in a domineering manner. At this moment, Lu Yi felt as if he was in an endless starry sky with a crescent moon hanging high behind him. From this crescent moon, endless crescent-like saber lights fell down. The sound of the air being torn apart rang out incessantly. The crescent-shaped blade gleams contained an extremely shocking amount of killing power, cutting huge gullies in the ground all around. Even the entire spirit mountain shook. Tyrant Saber Art's second form, Crescent Moon. The inheritance of the Tyrant Saber Art was hidden in an inconspicuous black stone. By immersing one's soul into it, one could obtain its true inheritance. When Lu Yi obtained the inheritance, he had comprehended the first form, Vastar. At that time, he was only a 6th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. After such a long time, he had already mastered the first form. In his spare time, he had also tried to comprehend the second form of the Tyrant Saber Art, but his gains were not great. Until today, after imprinting the life of that master in the soaring dragon realm and absorbing the essence and philosophy of this master's saber techniques, Lu Yi was finally able to fully display the second form. Compared to the first form, Vastar, the second form, Crescent Moon, was undoubtedly more lethal. Moreover, this saber seemed to be suitable for fighting against many enemies at once. However, the consumption was also greater. After displaying this saber, Lu Ye's arms were slightly sore and his blood was boiling. One had to know that he was now in the true lake realm. Yet this saber strike consumed so much of his Saint Chi. Now it seemed that the reason he could not comprehend the second form when he was in the Cloud River realm was not because his perception was insufficient, but because his cultivation was insufficient. Now that he was in the true lake realm, everything fell into place naturally. The first form was named after the star, the second form was named after the moon, and Lu Yi roughly understood what the third form was. It must be named after the sun. However, he did not try to comprehend the third style. After this experience, Lu Yi understood one thing. If one's cultivation was not high enough, comprehending it would not be of much use. It would be better to imprint the origin of the dragon soaring realm's powerhouses. If he was lucky, he might encounter a powerhouse with the saber. The huge commotion here immediately alarmed King Gungwu and the others who were recuperating in various rooms in the small courtyard. With the sound of something breaking through the air, figures appeared one after another. Turning their heads to take a look, they realized that it was not an enemy attack, but Lu Yi practicing his saber here. Looking at the mess all around, Xiaorun could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Oh my God! Such a scene was caused by a first-order true lake realm cultivator? The ground was covered in deep gullies that were 3 feet deep and several meters long. Not far away, there were huge saber marks left on the mountain walls. Even if he was a 5th-order true lake realm cultivator, he would not be able to leave such a mark. Moreover, he was a senior captain. Xiao Ruyun did not forget that he wanted to suppress Lu Yi with his military rank yesterday, but was suppressed instead. Of course, it was just a loss of face. He did not hold a grudge. In fact, after the incident, he was a little grateful to Lu Yi, because no matter what, the mission this time was more than completed. The rewards would definitely not be small. The others were also shocked and looked at Lu Yi as if they were looking at a monster. Since you are all out, let's return to Grand Sky City to report, King Gungwu said. Originally, they still needed to recuperate for a few days and wait for their injuries to recover. But recuperating here was fine, and returning to Grand Sky City was also fine. The sooner they reported back, the sooner they could receive the rewards. You are the captain, you have the final say. Xiao Ruyun shrugged indifferently. The others did not have any objections. Then let's go. As King Gungwu spoke, he directly summoned the spirit boat. It seemed that he was not going to greet the immortal Dawn Mountain. In fact, there was no need to greet them. The immortal Dawn Mountain was a mess, and they were already very busy. There was no one to take care of them. Among them, Lu Yi was in the best condition. The task of steering the spirit boat fell to him. Lu Yi had no objections. Soon, The spirit boat rose and broke through the sky. The old sword cultivator, hiding in the dark, saw this scene from afar. He sent a message to Qian Wu Dang to report the situation here and quickly left. On the way back, King Gang Wu had the time to thank Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu, this mission is all thanks to you. If you did not turn the tide, our mission would have definitely failed. At that time, not to mention the reward for completing the mission, even the injuries they suffered before would have been in vain. Since we are members of the team, we should do our best. I heard that someone tried to stop you before. King Gang Wu glared at Xiao Ruyun as he spoke. He did not know what happened when he was unconscious. He only heard about it from Mu Zhang.